We did it! Welcome to America's Show, host Rob Noerr. Sorry about a couple minutes late. If only there was someone to blame. Yeah, there we go. Now, I had some stuff I was dealing with here at home and some phone calls I was on today, so apologies, but everything going well. So, had a good day today. I know I skipped the morning show. I was up late last night, and I had to do the extravaganza today, which was a great show. Mr. E, me, and Jake Rattlesnake had a lot of fun. Now, Jake was really rushing because he moderated the debate that we're going to watch today and then immediately transitioned over to the extravaganza and then did his stream. So, good stuff. The debate was infuriating. Well, I watched about 2 minutes of it at the very end, and it was sort of accidental. I just tuned in to hear if they were wrapping up because the extravaganza was started. So I didn't get enough of it to make any sort of judgment on what was going on. There's our friends from Word War. What's up, guys? I remind you again, please, please, please. Head on over to Word War Debate on X and all social media platforms. Give it a like, some repost. Should have some exciting news here later in the week to announce regarding some of the plans we have for the first event coming up here January 10th. So, should be a lot of fun. Now, we're going to do a debate review tonight. I've done these different ways. I've done reviews where I've watched the debate beforehand. I've done them where I haven't watched the debate beforehand. And I actually prefer the latter, and that's what I'll be doing tonight. So I did not watch this debate. Like I said, just tuned in real quick to see if they're wrapping up because Jake moderates this debate, Jake Rattlesnake, and he was my co-host for the extravaganza on the Crucible's Rumble channel here today. So I was just tuning in real quick to see if he was going to make it. And I was surprised because based on what I heard, I was like, sounded like this dude brought up a totally new argument like 5 minutes before the debate ended, which is always, it's always good form. But we're going to be looking at it. So I will explain my biases, what I expect from this topic, etc. Here in a minute. But today, it was quite the day here in Pennsylvania. We had a lot of snow, probably got like 8 inches would be my guess, 6 to 8 inches. And my son had a 2-hour delay going into this morning, and then they canceled his preschool. So he got an extra day tacked on to his Thanksgiving vacation. Whoopee! And so I did sleep in a little because I was up late last night, but I did get to hang out with him. He was in rare form today, man. He was being hilarious. He put me in timeout. I was like, what did I do? He's like, I remember when I was a kid, you broke one of my toys, so you're on timeout for 1,000,000 days. So there you have it, folks. I've been put on notice. I've been the target of angry people. But now 1 million minutes. But now I'm on timeout for 1,000,000 minutes. So there you have it. Hank's not taking my guff. Holy cow, reached below 65 in San Diego. My goodness. So, yeah, it's been a harrowing day. But the man was good. My wife made me. I've been very good on my diet. Just red meat and then like green vegetables. And so tonight I had some zucchini and steak my wife made me, and it was awesome. So I've been doing very good, and I could tell that my sugar is very good, and because when I'm eating healthy, I'm colder, and my house feels like an icicle to me. Now my wife assures me that she's just fine. Her and my son prefer it colder than me. I like a little warmth. So I'm freezing my ass off here tonight, but that's okay. Yeah, that's where we're at. Anything else to stall time here. Am I taking callers? Probably not tonight. Maybe later, late tonight, after the debate review. The Republicans won in Tennessee. Nice. Yeah, it looked like they were going to. Now, we didn't do the day show today. We will make that up, and we'll do it today. Or tomorrow, I'm sorry. So there will be a day show tomorrow and Thursday. So night shift, it's up to you to not just reach that dono goal, but smash through it. Like aggressively, like pissed off, smashing through. Now, before you say, wait a minute, why are we donating money to this fat bastard? Shouldn't he go out and get a real job like the rest of us? Yes, he probably should, but he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. You see, allow a friend of mine to explain. He'll let you know what's going on.
Hello, it is me, Bernie Sanders. I am once again asking you to donate money to Normal America with Robert Noerr. The oligarchy must be defeated. The only millionaires and billionaires that are acceptable are me and Normal America with Robert Noerr. Once more, we ask you to donate money so that Robert, much like me, never has to work a real job. Help me in defeating the oligarchy. Donate to Normal America with Rob Noerr. And I will go buy a new pair of mittens in my third lake house, which is modest, and fly on my private plane, which I have to do. Donate Normal America.
Thanks, Bernie. So yeah, as you can see, I don't want to have to get a real job, so get those donos in. And I did stay up arguing with stupid lefties until the wee hours of the morning last night. So any donos would be appreciated. We're going to shatter through that goal tonight. Should be a lot of fun. And yes, you are correct. We did not do any whip songs or anything yesterday because I was sort of debating until like 3 a.m. I think the stream ended around 4 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. So it was a long night. What can you say? All right, super chats, then we're going to start this debate review. Haas Knuckles, $5 says, for the love of God, Rob, get yourself a large alcoholic beverage. You're going to need it for this debate. Well, I have a lot of water and energy rush. Energy rush. For when you need that pickup, when you're listening to Lefty Spurg out. Try Energy Rush. Jets Gerald says, Nor. Thank you, Jets Gerald. Really appreciate the $10. HAC, 10 or $5 says, I don't know if I'm tripping, but I sort of got most of last night's stream. No whip songs and all. I didn't hear. That's true. Jabroni big time. $5 says my super chat at the end about the brother, sister, cousin, nephew really set Brian Spurging out. He lost his shit. Super funny. I'll be honest, we're probably not going to make it to the end of this debate. We rarely do. Meme Matoni. $2 says, 4 tacos, fatty. Hey, man, I'm not eating tacos. Just meat and green vegetables. But I appreciate the donut. How long, Nate? $10 says, good evening, sir. I'm on a personal car driving through the Dakotas tonight. Heading home to Salt Lake. Thank you for keeping me coming in the late drive. Hit the like, share, and donate. Thank you, Nate. Appreciated. Nico Pluto, thank you so much for the $2. All right. So, we're going to start this debate review. Now, why should you listen to me review debates? Well, I'm a pretty good debater. I was a collegiate debater, qualified for the National Debate Tournament. First person from my school, and I think first person from a state school in Pennsylvania to qualify for the National Debate Tournament. That didn't debate in high school. I then became a coach and coached debate for 6 so years and judged debates. So I have a little college experience, though. Granted, policy debate's a little different. I have a bias like anyone else. Those that watch the show a lot know that I consider myself a populist Christian conservative. And, full disclosure, I do work for the Crucible, of which Andrew Wilson runs. So he does, from time to time, sign a paycheck for me. However, I'll tell the guy that he fucking sucks if I think he lost a debate. So, if I think he did poorly, I'll admit it. If I think that he did good, but he made mistakes, I'll admit it, and the same with the other side. However, I am biased as someone who's right-wing, and I do like Andrew, and on this particular topic, I'm going to heavily lean towards my bias, showing that Andrew's correct on the right side of this issue. So I just want to get that out there, but I'll still try to call it down the middle as best as possible. So, 1 second, I want to answer that. So that's where we're going to start with this debate. I'll read a couple super chats here real quick, and then I'll pause incrementally to read super chats throughout the night. So please keep getting them in. Perry Incorporated $5 says, I swear I'll stick around this time. Generally couldn't take that first call in last night. Hope you're ready to laugh at Brian. I'm ready. Roarcast $5 says, buzzing and dinner's almost done. Ready to listen to Rob. Thank you so much, Roarcast. And David Moore, $20. Thanks so much, says my man. Happy to be here with you all. First off, anytime that I'm reviewing someone else's material from their show, I want to give them a shout out. So the moderator for this debate is Jake Rattlesnake. Link for this particular video on his channel sent right there. So please, please, if you like this debate review, go over there and give a thumbs up to Jake's video as well. And while you're there, subscribe. He deserves it. He's amazing. So don't tell him I said that, though. Jake, what do you think? Did you enjoy yourself? No. Oh, that's unfortunate. So, the debate is Andrew Wilson versus Brian Shapiro with Jake Rattlesnake moderating. The topic, as I was to believe, is it ethical to support Donald Trump? Now, what I'm going to do is outline sort of what I expect from both people and then what I think the truth is. I think that what Brian's going to do as the person saying that it's not ethical to support Trump is probably point to a scattershot of things that have been scandals, bad policies, and things that Trump has done as a person that make him bad. Maybe cheating on his wife, committing felonies. Maybe he's going to accuse him of being involved in untoward things on Epstein's island. He'll say that he's committed war crimes. He'll say that he inspired people on January 6th. He'll say that he's overly cruel in the way he's doing these deportations and etc. And thus, you cannot ethically support him. My guess is that he'll have like sort of a scattershot approach. Now, it's partly an educated guess because I have seen some of Brian Shapiro's material, and I know that he sort of likes to talk about a lot of the scandals involving Donald Trump. So I think that that's probably primarily where he's going to go, having not watched the debate. My guess is that he'll, things that I'm absolutely certain he'll bring up are January 6th. I'm no doubt of that. It'll be interesting to see, though, if he goes for some of the, blatant hoaxes, like the Fine People hoax. That I'm interested in. I'm not certain that he'll do that, but that would be interesting if he brings up the Fine People hoax. He may even bring up mishandling of COVID, which would also be interesting. But that's... Oh, I missed repealing Medicare. There you go. Yeah, he would have... and I'm sure he'll say something about tax breaks for the rich, and Trump only cares about the wealthy, and Trump's benefiting himself and his wealthy friends, and shit like that. Andrew's strategy, what I would do if I was Andrew, is I would hyper-focus on a single issue. Now, Andrew's single issue might be different than mine, but here's why this is the most effective strategy. Is it ethical to support Trump? Well, we sort of have a binary system, right? Yeah, you could vote third party, or you could choose not to vote. But at the end of the day, you're going to support one of the two candidates, probably, that's running from the major parties. Now, here's the issue. Almost every human being is flawed, and every political candidate's going to be flawed. And let's be honest, many times the candidates we have to pick from are absolute dog shit. I happen to like Trump, but you get what I'm saying. So you can't really judge someone for picking someone that's flawed or bad or has done unethical things or has policies that aren't good if they're choosing what they think is best of the two options that they have. It would be like saying, what if I say that both Trump and Kamala sucked or both Trump and Biden sucked? Would it be unethical to have voted for either of them then? See, the millions and millions and millions of people, everyone who voted then, is unethical? That seems nonsensical. So given that, people vote for people for unique reasons. My big issue is corruption. I want Trump to go after people that are corrupt in these institutions. Maybe your big issue is abortion on either side of it. Maybe you're pro-life or pro-choice. Maybe your big issue is the economy. Maybe it's tax cuts. Maybe it's border security. If you could argue one specific issue, here's why this man did good here, and here's why I care about that, then it would be ludicrous to say that you're unethical or that you can't support him from an ethical stance. In fact, you could take this right down to the anecdotal level. Let's say, hypothetically, that Trump and his administration gives approval for a medication, and that medication saved my father's life. Is it ethical for me to support Trump? Of course. Yeah, but Rob, what if you don't like his immigration policy? So what? My father's life got saved. See the point? So if I'm Andrew, I'm focusing on one issue. I would focus on abortion or trans ideology, eliminating it, or the secure border, or real wage growth. These are the things that I would focus on. But I would hyper-focus on one. Now, it's okay to talk about more than one, but this is uniquely effective if you assume your opponent's going to do a scattershot approach. You only need to win one of those to win. Here is an issue he's done well on. Here is why I think that's good. Therefore, I'm ethical for supporting that, even if I don't like the other things he's done. Even if he's a bad man, even if he cheated on his wife, even if he did these horrible things to E. John Carroll, if legislatively he did something that is a net good on an issue that I think is very important for my value set, then it's still ethical to support him. That would be the strategy I would go with. Now, the truth of this is, this entire debate, the idea of saying that someone's unethical for supporting Donald Trump, let me be clear about something. I would not vote for a Democrat with it would have to be stark exceptions. Now, I could justify you voting for a Democrat for two reasons. One, you're voting for a Democrat because you're in an area where a Democrat's going to win anyways. So for the primary, you register and you vote for which Democrat you think would be best. Fine. Or second, I'm not a fucking monster. Even though I think the Democrats are garbage, that doesn't mean that everyone who votes for a Democrat is garbage. I'll tell you a quick story. 2016, Trump wins the election. There's a debate tournament that I'm judging a couple weeks after Trump won the election. And a bunch of my friends at this tournament, basically cornered me and flipped the fuck out and said that I was a racist and how could I vote for Donald Trump and how evil he was and blah, blah, blah. And after I let them sort of flip out for a while, I said to them, I was like, listen, do you think that I'm a racist? You've known me. This has never came up. But all of a sudden, I'm this horrible, immoral person. Could it be that I voted for Trump because I have reasons that I think are good? Similarly, I could say Hillary Clinton, when talking about Muammar Gaddafi, who was sodomized with a bayonet and then paraded through a city street where he bled out and died. When Hillary Clinton was asked about that, she said, "We came, we saw, he died." That's what she said. So does that mean everyone that voted for Hillary Clinton is a warmonger? I don't think so. They just had different priorities that they were voting for. They thought she would be better. Now, I know I talk a lot of shit on Democrats and not just the politicians, but also many of their voters. But I would never say that everyone who votes Democrat is unethical. I wouldn't say that. The reason that Brian Shapiro is saying this, or Democrats in particular are saying this, is because they want to demonize not just Trump, but anybody who supports him. And look at what the result of that is. Assassination attempts against Kavanaugh. Assassination attempts against Trump. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. This is what happens when you demonize not just the politician, but the voter. You are an evil person by nature of voting for that man. That's why you could have someone like Destiny say, all Republicans fuck around and find out if they're going to a Trump rally, if they support Trump. All Republicans should be in fear for their life to go out in public. Yes, that's the point. So, that's basically what I expect from the debate. Best strategy for Shapiro here is going to be to claim that there are things that are so grotesque and heinous and outside the norm that no one with good conscience could ethically support it. In fact, if I'm him, I'd do a clever trick and I say, look, it's one thing to have voted for the lesser of two evils, but that doesn't mean you have to currently support him. When I say that it's not ethical to support Trump, I mean right now, with the things that we see occurring right now. Yeah, okay. Maybe Kamala was shit too, so you had to pinch your nose and vote for Trump. Fine. But if you're still supporting him now, that's what's unethical. I would try to parse it that way. And I already said what I would do if I was Andrew. So, all right. Here we go. I will pause at some. I'll watch this at 1.25 speed if y'all don't mind. And one last warning I'll give. I'm very wordy. When I review a debate, normally for every 20 minutes of debate, it takes me at least an hour to get through it. So we'll see. But my guess would be that after we review this for 2 or 3 hours, we won't be at the end still. So if I don't make it to the end, I apologize. But hopefully we get the thrust of what's going on here. So, all right, let's start it off.
Today. And we have a moderator who I'd like to introduce. And this is going to be a lot of fun. It was way too short. 60 to 90 minutes because we haven't really done cross streams. I can be on their platform.
Okay.
Yeah, we are live on our end, and I just
first I'll say interesting. You must be a hockey fan. Obviously, you're like no shit. But he's not just supporting one team there. He's got Buffalo Sabres and the Vegas Knights. So that's interesting.
Introduce you as the moderator, so just people have a little bit of background.
And I'll statements wherever you choose to take watching. Are you getting a lag as well? Fine, I think.
Holy shit. I hope this gets better. It looks like they're having tech issues.
Yeah, sure. So for those of you that have not heard of me before, that are on Andrew's side of things, I am not a liberal. I am not a Democrat. I've been doing political talk.
All right, we'll listen to this, I guess, because it might have something to do. But okay, here we go.
Talk radio for about 8 years, been doing radio for 22 years total. I am not a liberal. I am not a Democrat. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But I am a registered independent that is extremely anti-Donald Trump. I certainly lean to the left on social issues. And I love good debates. Anything from...
It's irrelevant. So much what the Democrats are now are just being anti-Trump. So to say I'm not a Democrat, I'm just anti-Trump, it doesn't matter. That is the ideology. At this point, it's basically MAGA versus people that aren't MAGA or hate MAGA. So now I don't know that this will come up in the debate to matter, But you hear this a lot when people say something like this. You point to obvious corruption. Like, we know for a fact that at least 2 of the FBI warrants, FISA warrants that they got to spy on Donald Trump's campaign in 2016 were illegal, right? But they'll say, well, how could that be? James Comey was a Republican. It doesn't matter. He also hates Trump. So it's not a defense. People say this shit as sort of like well, that means that you can't be biased. You see this in the videos that were put up, my editor Black Elk put up here recently with my discussion with Sitch and Adam. They're like, well, we're centrist, so we can't be biased. No, that's not true at all. And he's already admitted that he hates Trump. And by the way, that's okay. And that's the topic of the debate, basically. So, but yeah, already it's sort of like, it's sort of prepping to get in your head. Oh, well, this guy's not a Democrat. He's just an independent. Even independents hate Trump like this. Yeah, he's a Trump hater. That's okay, though.
Doing Pierce Morgan a couple times a month. I've been doing his show for a while now, and Tim Pool, I do his show. And, I love interviewing all different types of people. I think like Andrew, I would rather talk with people that I disagree with than just have a love fest and talk with people that I agree with and everything. Yeah, I mean, I think Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. I think he's a despicable human being. And I think he's an embarrassment to this country. And I'm sure we will get into that. But I also thank Andrew for willing to sit down and have this.
Now, I don't know if this is the opening statement or if this is just him introducing himself. Nothing wrong with introducing yourself and, hey, this is who I am, etc. That's fine. But this is opening statement. It's very bad. The reason is because there's different ways to do the opening statement. For me, though, the default, what I like to do is sort of like you would expect an abstract for a research paper. It's supposed to sort of outline the bare bones of what you're going to be discussing, sort of like the skeleton, and then you build the meat on once you get to the open discussion. So I remind you again, the topic is that it's unethical to support Trump. It seems that all he's accepted so far is like he's a threat to democracy. He's just a really bad guy. But that's not giving any sort of specifics to outline where we think he's going to go. And this sadly probably is going to fit right in with what I predicted, that he's just going to have a bunch of like, yeah, well, Trump gave tax cuts to the wealthy, and Trump Kilmar Grayo Garcia, and Trump's locking up like grandmas that didn't do anything, and Trump did bad on COVID, and Trump's terrible for healthcare, and Trump in the Epstein files. And it's like, there's not going to be a lot of detail. The opening statement seems to suggest that that's the direction we're heading. I hope not. And maybe this isn't even the opening statement, though it sounds like it is. Maybe this is just his introducing himself, and he'll get another 5 minutes for his opening statement. But anyways.
Sort of debate. I think it's great, and I appreciate him doing that. And I think we need to do more of this stuff. I think there's too many people on both sides of the aisle, quite frankly, that are afraid to have these kinds of debates. So I'll leave it to Andrew.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. I'm what you would consider a far right-winger and Christian ethicist, and you would consider me a Christian populist.
Oh, shit. I should mention this, right? Here's another thing. Now, this isn't my cup of tea, but I know what Andrew will do here. And I'm 99.9% positive. Andrew's going to ask him where his ethics come from, right? Now, I don't know. Is Brian Shapiro an atheist, a secularist? Is he Christian? I don't know. But if you're going to ask whether or not it is ethical to do something, a precursor would be like, well, how do we define ethics? Now, I don't really debate. I mean, I would make that argument, but I would probably spend less time on it than Andrew. I'm not saying that that's wrong to spend more time on it. I'm just saying that's different preferences me and Andrew has. Andrew's more of a philosophical debater, right? He's debating like philosophy, morality, etc. I'm more debating. I would be interested to get into like, okay, you say Trump's doing this with immigration, but here's my argument. So, but anyways, I forgot to mention, I assume Andrew will do that.
Christian nationalist. I debate.
Also, prediction, and maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised, but my guess is Brian Shapiro will have no fucking good answer whatsoever about where his ethics come from. And it's Brian that's sort of claiming an affirmative that you can't be ethical if you support Trump. So then the question becomes like, well, what is ethical? Define what you mean by that. And I don't think he'll have a good definition. I think he'll just say orange man bad, basically.
Worldviews with people all over the world. And I'm here to stomp out Brian's guts today in this debate because I'm really good at doing that.
Okay, well, with that, gentlemen, we're going to get into the opening statements.
Okay,
Is it ethical to...
So let me apologize then to Brian Shapiro. My mistake. That wasn't his opening statement. That was just his explaining who he is. So disregard everything I said about the opening statement being poor there. We'll see what the opening statement is. So my bad for that.
Support Donald Trump. Andrew will be arguing for the affirmative. So, Andrew, do you want to go first?
I can, sure. First and foremost, since this debate is about the ethics, that's the key word, ethics of supporting the Trump presidency, and my opponent's job is to build a case that to support Trump's presidency, it is unethical. My job is to build one that it is. We both need to go into what our ethical standards are so we can build our arguments around our ethical framework. I fully expect my opponent having...
Yeah, I mean, that... So yes, and again, this is Andrew's forte. And just to be clear, like, Andrew would whoop the shit on me with the debate on, like, sort of where is your ethical grounding framework, etc. Those are that's Andrew's bread and butter. Like, those are debates Andrew could have in his sleep. So yes, I'm not surprised, and it actually is apropos here, seeing it's how anytime that you're discussing a topic in, like, the nature of morality, is it ethical, is it good, is it bad, right? Those, particularly if you're talking about it in a moral sense, yeah, it makes sense that this is the direction to go.
Reviewed his debate style many times to revert to shotgunning talking points as though that matters to the ethical standards that he sets forward.
Now, full disclosure, I've not seen this debate. I haven't, but I have seen some Brian Shapiro material, and so I'm making an educated guess, as Andrew is here, that he's going to fire off a bunch of, like, sort of anti-Trump talking points, real, like a litany of them. Instead of delving deep into one, he'll want to talk about a litany of them.
To give my position, I'm a Christian ethicist, and I attack these views through that position. The first ethical standard I will uphold is life. While Trump may have many personal failings, and I don't dispute that he does, it's essentially trivial in regards to his governance of a nation. If it comes to the choice of 600,000 dead babies per year or Trump's personal moral failings, this debate should be over in the intro.
Now listen, this is very smart, right? So I said that I thought that Andrew would hyper-focus on one issue. Now, obviously, he might tackle others, but I'm not surprised that he picked abortion for two reasons. One, as a Christian ethicist, that's clearly something that you're going to talk about. And what value is there higher than life, right? If one president allows murder of 600,000 innocent kids and the other doesn't, then that would probably outweigh a Bitcoin scare, a meme coin scandal. See what I mean? It would be more ethical to support the person that's preventing children from being killed. Of course, if I could push back on that a little, the argument will be, yeah, but abortion's not murder for XYZ. Fine, fair enough. So that's number one, why it makes sense for Andrew, if you're going to pick an issue, that's a good one, because what we do is we evaluate what's called, like, impacts. How would you decide, let's say a president does 6 things, 3 of them good and 3 bad. How would you decide whether or not he was good or not? Well, whatever you put as the highest value. Did he do things that were good on the things that you put the most value on? Or did he do bad on those things? Well, it's easy if you're comparing values. Murdering children has to be near the top. Securing the border is very important, but is it important as to stop murdering 600,000 children a year? Probably not. Now, you might say, listen, I don't believe that. I don't believe life begins at conception, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. But from the perspective of someone who's arguing from a framework that thinks that abortion is murder, if he could win that it is, then he just won that his guy he supports helped put in judges that overturned Roe v. Wade, which was an attempt to stop the murder of children. So that's the number one reason. And the number two is because Andrew's probably very comfortable at debating abortion, as am I. When I debated last Christian nationalism against a guy named Godless Engineer, I had told myself, I want to get this debate to abortion because that's a debate I'm comfortable with. I'm not comfortable arguing theology, but I am comfortable arguing abortion. And that's exactly what I was able to do in that debate. So it makes sense that Andrew would start here. And the perspective of an opening statement, this is exactly what you want to do. 1, Define our terms. What is the framework for the debate? The framework is ethical. What is your ethical standard? My ethical standard is that I think the right to life, that life is the highest value that we could put. And I think that Trump does best with that. Therefore, I am ethical for supporting Trump, even if he's bad with a bunch of other issues, because on the most important thing in my ethical system, the life of children, he does the best. You always want to be saying, like I talk about this a lot when I coach debate. You want to win the debate through the path of least resistance. And at the high levels of collegiate debate and policy debate, what I did, it's sort of like high levels of like any sort of athletic competition. Like in the NFL or in the NBA or the NHL, everybody's still a professional. Even the worst team in the league are professionals. Like they're still the top 1% of the people that play that sport in the world. So you're never going to win every down. You're never going to win every pitch. You're never going to win every possession. Well, the same's true in debate. If you have two competent debaters, you're not going to win every argument. You're not. Even if you're way better than your opponent. At least that's the way it was in policy debate in college. So you have to be able to say, even if I lose arguments, here's why I win. Because the arguments I win are the most important. Winning through the path of least resistance. How can you say, I could concede this argument, I could concede this argument, I could concede this. Maybe I'm wrong here, but I still win. And in this case, arguing, if you're capable of arguing, look, I could win that abortion is murdering innocent children and Trump's against that, and so therefore that's the most ethical thing. Easiest way for Andrew to win the debate.
Kamala Harris wanted to expand abortion and abortion rights. Trump put judges in place who overturned Roe versus Wade. I can't imagine from my worldview what else could be more important from the ethical side of the debate.
There you go.
Brian would need to make a case why I should have supported, out of the binary choice available to me, Kamala Harris, where I would be assured to have my ethical stance violated.
Another thing that Andrew does, it's great right here. He brings up, it's sort of subtle, but this is important, that it's a binary choice. I had to support one or the other. If my highest value is not killing innocent children, and one person, Kamala Harris, wanted to expand rights to kill those children, and the other person wanted to restrict them more, of course, it's simple. It is ethical for me to support the person that's restricting.
And a possibility of a loaded court where this right actually may have been enshrined. What could be more important than that to a Christian ethicist? I have no idea. Next, I don't believe Brian even has an ethical framework at all, except things he doesn't like. Brian harps on deportation a lot, for instance, and contradicts himself often due to being a hyperactive spurg lord. The truth is, a people has every business, in my worldview, to determine who they want to enter their nation, the means of how they enter the nation, and also to determine the peoples they want removed from that nation if they're violating the law or violating the spirit of the law. Brian will also bring up the Epstein files and his claim.
Yeah. Okay. So abortion, or the border. So we start with abortion, then we go to the border, right? Now this is defense that Andrew's playing here. Andrew's offense was abortion. Highest value. Okay. So he outlines the offense. Now he's like, what will my opponent's offense be? Well, my opponent will say Trump's border policy is unethical. So Andrew plays defense here. He says, but actually we have the right to decide our border. That's not something that's unethical. Now he's going to say Epstein. You see, Andrew outlined his offense. He did the framework for the debate, talked about sort of defining terms that would be important, defined the term to explain his framework, and then argued his offense, why supporting Trump is ethical because of his value system, which he thinks is the best system. And now he's playing defense. That's exactly right. And that's the order that you should do those. Set the framework for the debate, define terms that are necessary, get your offense in, get your defense, and then wrap up with an inclusive conclusion to your opening statement. That's exactly what you should do.
Many times Trump is involved in a cover-up due to the fact that he is in them. But this has never been established as a fact. And until it is, he's banking on speculation and not facts. Brian will also bring up things like Trump is a rapist, but his standard for evidence there is wild to say the least. Trump has never been convicted for any crime of raping anybody. Rather, he was found liable civilly, which isn't good evidence he committed a crime at all, or did the act at all. Only that the burden of proof for civil liability is much lower, and in such a hostile and politically charged environment, we have good reason to doubt this case based on a lack.
So I'll push back against Andrew a little here. While it is true the burden is less for a civil lawsuit than a criminal lawsuit, it's still preponderance of evidence. And so if we as individuals, whether or not I think that Trump is ethical or you're ethical for supporting Trump, doesn't mean that I think that it rises to the level of beyond reasonable doubt. It just means that the preponderance of evidence suggests. So if I think that the preponderance of evidence suggests that Trump is someone who essayed a woman, then you might say it would be unethical to support them, or at least that would lend towards the argument that it would be unethical to support him. Now, Andrew makes the point, though, to buttress that, which I do agree with, which is, listen, this case is dubious at best, right? And here's something that's very important. It's one thing to believe that someone committed a heinous act and still work with them, support them, etc. It's another thing to not believe it. Now, let me explain how this might fit in. You remember when Kamala Harris in the primary against Joe Biden in 2020 said she believed the women that accused Biden of what was tantamount to sexual harassment or sexual assault? Remember when she said that? And then she went to work for him. That's fucked up. That's heinous. Now, if she would have said, nah, I don't believe those accusations, then it's not heinous. While it is true that objective reality exists and an objective truth exists, you either did something or you didn't. I ate the last cookie in the jar or I didn't. That truth exists. However, when it comes to how we judge people morally, oftentimes their subjective belief is what matters. Now, this is a difficult concept, and I've argued this many times in debates, and maybe it's not difficult for you all, but for me it's difficult because I'm just a dumb fucking redneck. I don't think philosophically that much. But consider this. What if I am debating Andrew, and I say, Andrew, did you know that Donald Trump had his Secret Service detail shoot a journalist in the face last week and kill him? If Andrew responds, that's okay, that's a good thing. That's fucked up. It doesn't matter if we later find out, actually, Rob, that was a hoax. Because when Andrew believed it was true, he still supported it. That Andrew can't then later go, if people are like, my gosh, that's heinous, Andrew, how could you support that? Later go, oh, it turns out it wasn't true anyways. It doesn't matter. When you believed it was true, you said it was okay. Same here. When Kamala Harris claimed to believe it was true, what these women said about Joe Biden, she went to work for him. Now, when it comes to allegations about Trump essaying people or assaulting children on Epstein's Island, etc., I don't believe those things. I don't believe. You may disagree with me. You might say, nope, I think those things happened. Fine. We could argue and have a debate about whether they happened or not. But I'm not immoral for supporting Trump because I truly don't believe he did those things. If I did, then the equation changes. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's not unethical. You're not an unethical person for supporting Trump because Brian's going to say, I believe E. Jean Carroll. I believe that Trump essayed her. I don't. And we'll see. My guess is that there's not going to be a lot of getting in depth into the case, but we'll see.
Lack of compelling evidence. There are many other talking points that Brian uses, and we can get to all of them in due course of the debate. But to start with, I would like to establish the ethical system he uses, as I have demonstrated mine, and can answer his questions about it so that then we can launch into the individual issues. Brian also has a lot to answer for himself due to his rampant dishonesty and outright lies or mischaracterization of Trump's positions or events surrounding him. This is why his audience often refers to him as Lying Brian. From a video called Brian Shapiro Fact Checks Trump, which you can find on Brian's channel, Brian says Trump says that his greatest strength is building ballrooms. The Trump quote, he then plays the video, and what he actually said is, "I've built many ballrooms and many buildings, and that is my greatest strength." And then at 2:01, Brian misquotes him again after watching the video, which is the most insane part. At 3:05, Brian says that the reporter asked for Trump about extending subsidies for people to afford health care, and you can listen to Trump literally say he's not going to do that. And Brian still claims that he's going to. Trump, quote, from the video played, "I like my plan best. I don't give money to the insurance companies. I give it to the people directly and let them buy their own health care." Reporter asks if subsidies will be extended. Trump's response is, "I'd rather not extend them at all. It may be that some kind of extension is necessary to get something else done because the Unaffordable Care Act," referring to the ACA, "has been a disaster." At the 5-minute mark, Brian's...
Now, this is interesting. What Andrew's doing, sort of going on offense in a framework position, right? So I don't even think framework's the right way. Andrew is attacking the credibility for the purposes of the audience here. Basically, Andrew's going to say as such, well, one, if my opponent lies and lying's unethical, then should we listen to his standard on ethics? Probably not. Now, there's pushback to that as well, but that's part of the argument. But the other part of the argument, and the more interesting part, is Andrew knows that at some point there's going to be accusations made by Brian. Trump's unethical because of X. And Andrew's going to say that's not actually what happened. And the audience is then going to have to make a decision, which one of them is correct. And Andrew is sort of showing the audience, look, the way that this guy talks often is he's just wrong. He flat out makes shit up. So it's interesting.
Says that Trump wants to cut off healthcare for 20 million Americans, which is fucking crazy too, right? He also claimed in that same video that I called a debate opponent that I was engaged in a debate with a whore, which is an outright lie. He just outright lied about that. I have no idea why either. And so what are the ethics there? I think he also needs to account for those things. In short, what's his ethical standard and how does Trump violate it? What am I doing incorrect from my ethical view by supporting Trump? This is what needs to be established. Not to mention, he also told a series of lies about what happened on Piers Morgan. He claimed that I was running away from him for a date when I was having technical.
It's pretty funny. Andrew's getting a little personal, though not in an too aggressive of a way. Like, it's not personal like, oh, your family's this, but just like, hey, you talk shit on me and you made stuff up about me, so I'm going to bring it up here in the opening statement. So maybe for Andrew, there's a little extra emphasis on why he wanted to debate Brian. I don't know about that, but maybe oftentimes when you have some time in your opening statement where you're or just in the general open panel where you're bringing up like some of these issues, maybe it's something that you intended. Well, now that I have my opportunity to confront someone that I feel's told mistruths about me, I'm going to take that opportunity. So my guess is there is a little of that with Andrew here, but I was unaware of that.
Issues. And I have all of the receipts to demonstrate this for Brian today if he doesn't want to retract the statement, or he can just say, you know, I was mistaken. And we can leave it at that. Floor is yours, Brian.
So 5 minutes on the clock, Brian.
Now, one other thing I'll say, a strategy component of that. Oftentimes what happens is people, we'll see if this happens here. Brian might sort of take the bait and spend an undue amount of time answering this. An effective strategy for Brian here would be this. Willing to talk about all those things at a later date, no problem. Right now, we're talking about this topic, and I'm going to use my time during this debate focusing on that topic. More than happy to have a conversation with you at a later date about these other issues. Instead, he'll probably either ignore it, which is okay too, or he'll spend too much time litigating those portions of it and then lose his opportunity to make his case as fluently as he could.
Also, apparently they can't hear Andrew on your stream. I don't know if Brian's frozen there or like he...
Oh, that's great. So his audience couldn't hear Andrew. Well, that's shit, but whatever.
Yeah, he's frozen.
Unfortunately, my producer's trying to work on this, but the internet is going in and out, which is extremely difficult to have a debate with somebody when I can't hear everything that you're saying, Andrew. But I think we're good to go now. I did hear probably half of what you said. Let me start off with, because I think at the end there you brought up Piers Morgan. And can you guys hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, the two criticisms I brought up was the first thing you claimed.
Now, see, right out of the gate, this is bad. This is a terrible, 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 terrible. your opening statement shouldn't necessarily be a response to your opponents. It's okay if you have extra time. Your opening statement's your chance to outline your case, right? Already you could see that he is on the back foot. He's on defense. If he's starting off his opening statement addressing attacks that his opponent made, this is a defensive position for Brian. And what's worse is it's a defensive position that's not even that important to the topic of the debate. So big mistake if that's what he ends up doing, talking about that first.
That I called a woman a whore during a debate, which I did not do. That was a complete fabrication. And then the second thing was that you had brought up that I was running from you in a debate, which I was.
Yeah. So let me address that. So let me address that first. For those of you that are unaware, me and Andrew were on the Piers Morgan show last week. I guess Andrew had some technical difficulties at the time. What I did is I went on Twitter and what I thought was a funny joke. It didn't go very good for Andrew. I think he was, dodging me or something like that. And then I put a smiley face at the end. It was in good humor and I thought it was funny and I was laughing while I was tweeting it. And I didn't expect that the response to that would be somebody calling me retarded and getting so upset that you would put a paragraph in there and call me a libtard and all this other stuff. And then after you did that, I actually was laughing more because I couldn't believe how triggered you got and how upset you got over what I thought was an honest joke. And I was laughing about it. I have no idea what happened, whether you had technical issues, whatever. Okay, fine. I believe that. But I was making a joke about it. And I have a sense of humor and I thought it was funny.
Possible that he was making a joke. However, when it's two people that don't really know each other, particularly if they're coming from sort of adversarial positions politically, what's going to happen is the joke's going to be interpreted by the people that are watching this as serious. Oh, he did run from you. So you can understand why Andrew would want to correct the record.
And I thought it was a little strange that you got that upset and responded in the way you did, calling me a word that I don't usually use on or off the air, but calling me that was a little strange. So that's addressing that issue. I don't remember the tweet where you're saying that you called a woman a whore. I don't remember that. I would think I maybe was referring to the video of 2 weeks ago when a woman, which is something, by the way, that I won't do. I'm not interested in talking about your family, and I'm sure you're not interested in talking about my family. But she had mentioned your wife, and I'm not going to get into that. And that's a video that kind of went viral and exploded. I don't remember the exact terminology that I used in describing that.
You told a caller that I called her a whore, which was just not true.
A caller that called into my show?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that specific video, I don't think you used that terminology. Then it's quite possible if I did say that. I don't remember saying that. But if a caller called in, I'm on the air 10 hours a week. Sometimes I would imagine I could mischaracterize things. But I do think that you were extremely triggered. I think even you would agree with that in that specific video. So you made a lot of judgments in about 5 or 6 minutes about me, about what I'm going to say. You brought up Kamala Harris, which to me has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about, which is Donald Trump.
Okay. So I don't really like the opening statement here from Brian. This is not good, as I've already said. However, effective to be like, I already explained why one of the framework devices that Andrew could use is to say, look, it is a basically binary choice. And so both people, if they're flawed, you can't consider me unethical for supporting the lesser of two evils, even if they are, quote, evil. You get what I'm saying by evil. So it is smart for Brian to argue. Now, we'll see how articulate he makes it, but no. Kamala's irrelevant to this equation. We're just saying that you right now is supporting Trump. In other words, like I said, my strategy would be, yeah, okay, you voted for Trump over Kamala, and yet my point is that's not unethical necessarily, but continuing to support Trump, given what we see, is what's unethical. So this is laying the groundwork for a possibility to say this, and I will be impressed if Brian does that. That is exactly the route that he should go, is framing the debate.
In this specific situation, his character, his flaws. Yeah, I am going to bring up the Epstein files, and but I would ask you this question. Can you give me one logical reason why they have put Maxwell in a Club Med facility, allowed her a puppy, and have given her preferential treatment at the hands of the Donald Trump administration? Can you give me one logical explanation and reasoning behind they did that? Can you also explain to me?
Sure. She's cooperating with federal authorities, and so they've given her some slight concessions for the greater good of trying to get other people that committed crimes or getting justice for the victims. That would be a logical reason. His retort may to that be, well, we haven't seen that yet. Of course. Or maybe they literally just said, cooperate with us and we'll give you these small amenities. And maybe that cooperation didn't bear any fruit. There you go. Logical reasons.
Hang on, one point at a time, Brian.
Okay. Why would they do that?
So we're
Yeah.
ceding the opening statement time. Let's just get straight into back and forth.
Okay.
Why would they do that, Andrew?
Yeah. So a good lot.
Now, let me be fair here. Now, come on, that's a bit. But for Jake and Andrew here, let me be clear. I don't know that Brian. If I was Brian, I'd be like, oh no, fuck that. I'm not ceding. I'm bringing up points in the forms of question. This is my opening statement. I don't cede my opening statement. Now, Brian, that may be Brian's intent. Maybe he's legitimately asking, as opposed to it just being a rhetorical question. But, a bit presumptuous, in my opinion, for Andrew to say, you're not supposed to talk during your opponent's opening statement. So, now, maybe this is exactly what Brian intended. If so, huge mistake for Brian. Huge. The opening statement's your chance to lay the groundwork for your case. And this really lends to the idea that, as I've seen him do in sort of conversations before, he's going to be very scattershot. It's going to be a lot of breadth and not a lot of depth. So he's going to say, Trump's bad for this. And Andrew's going to go, well, wait a minute. Let's look at this. And he's going to go, oh, yeah, well, he's bad for this, too. So, I don't know.
Logical reason for this would be that they want to get more information out of her as to what's going on between these various cases. That could be one logical reason. Another reason,
Andrew makes the
which
same
is
arguments.
likely a good reason, is that she's going to cut a deal for names. That's another possible reason. So there are logical reasons why this is, but what you can't do, Brian, is you can't take an absence of evidence and then based on an absence of evidence, just fill in the blanks. That's not evidence at all. That's just speculation. Hang on, Brian. Hang on, Brian. Don't spurg out. Just let me finish.
Okay.
An absence of evidence does not make a case for you. You need to actually make an affirmative case for these things. But before we even get into that, can we start with what your ethical system is so that I understand the viewpoint you're debating from?
Sure. And then maybe we can get back to that if that's okay.
That's fine with me, yeah.
So, okay. Well, criticism of Jake and Andrew there thrown out the window in the fact that Brian's perfectly fine with this. So I guess he can't be upset with Jake and Andrew for interrupting his opening statement. It seems as if they thought, no, he was ceding the opening statement, and Brian seems to agree with that. So, okay. But like I said, big mistake. Yeah, Andrew makes the same argument as me. There's a potential logical reason. He then goes a step further and says, the absence of evidence isn't evidence, right? It's not evidence of anything. But Andrew then does something that's very effective, and that he redirects the debate. Now, one thing you should do, and some advice I have for you if you're doing these online debates. Oh, cool, Vic. Thanks so much for the raid, man. Always appreciate it, man. We just got done with opening statements. We're reviewing Andrew Wilson versus Brian Shapiro. This debate occurred today. Now, one thing I recommend if you're debating, it's like a give and take. You don't want to do it so much that you look like a total asshole, but you got to make sure that you're not letting your opponent constantly steer the direction of the debate. Now, there's clever tactics that you could use. Look, you had your chance. I'll answer this, but then give me a chance to have a line of questioning, things of that nature. One thing I've seen Andrew do a lot is like, you can internally critique my position for like 15 minutes or so, as long as you then give me the opportunity to do the same to yours. But you have to make sure you don't want to be in the position where your opponent is constantly like, okay, now I want to talk about this. And then you have a back and forth and, okay, now I want to talk about this. Because oftentimes the opponent what's going to happen is you want to keep the debate on areas that are offense for you. So certain positions, like the Epstein file, there's not going to be a lot of offense that Andrew could get there. That's going to be offense that Brian's using. Trump's unethical and you're unethical for supporting him because of the Epstein shit. Now, there is some offense that you could have here. And that offense would look like this. Actually, Trump did more against Epstein than Kamala would have. That would be offense. But that's going to be hard to win. Not necessarily hard to win. It's just not a lot of offense. What you're likely to do is hear Andrew play defense like he did there. Sure, there are explanations that mean that Trump doesn't look that bad. That's defense, right? But you don't want to, if this debate ends up being 2 hours of Epstein files, that's going to be bad for Andrew. Because there's not a lot of offense for him to say. You already heard Andrew say he wants to talk about abortion. That's offense. Children are being murdered in the womb. Trump's against that. That's offense. So let's take a brief moment to read some Super Chats. Again, thank you so much, Cool Vic. Keep getting those Super Chats in. Always appreciated. Then we're going to proceed with the review. Chop Chop, thanks so much for being a member again. And then, like a total boss, donates 5 membership. Thank you so much. Perry Incorporated, $5 says it's always moral absolutism, opportunism when the left sees someone against them. As against them. Anything you do is wrong 100% justifies any evil upon you. Totally agree. Hellbat, $5 says, tell me you watched the debate already without saying you watched it. I did not, I promise. Like I said, I saw like 2 minutes of the very end, and that's only because I was doing the extravaganza with Jake Rattlesnake, and I tuned in to see if Jake was going to make it in time. Naughty Germ, thank you as always, my friend, for the $5. Really appreciate it. Houdini, $50. Thank you so much. Says, great job, Rob. Andrew Dogwalk this man. The sad part is, I don't think Brian has the brain power to understand how badly he got beat. Well, we'll see. We're at the beginning here, but I would say that's the likely outcome. X-Type Gaming, thanks so much for the gifted membership. Intel Wild, $5 says, but Rob, Line Brian is a libertarian, not a Democrat. Yeah, whatever. And then Perry Incorporated, $5 says, Brian's joke is just Schrodinger's douchebag in action. Right. If people accept it as not a joke, then all the better for you. If you get beat back on the position and it turns out it's not true, then you could just go, but it's a joke, bro. Dan O'Boone, $5 says, Aristotle propositional calculus is not feasible to wokes. Look, believe it or not, Debate Master Rob, I couldn't even tell you what Aristotle's propositional calculus is. How about that? Stand Up Paddle Animal Rescue, thanks so much for 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. And Scott Hopvid, a member for 8 months. I've appreciated all 8 of them. Thank you so much. Not one step back, he says. Captain Planet gives 5 more memberships. Thank you. All right. Keep getting those donos in. We're looking to get to at least 200% of the donos tonight. I think we could do better than that, but that's where we're looking to get tonight. So keep getting them in. Let us proceed with the debate.
So I believe the president of the United States, the leader of the free world, should set an example for everybody else. I believe if you're the president, you probably shouldn't be attacking POWs and Gold Star families and attacking women on looks. You shouldn't be calling journalists names. And you.
Okay, this is not good. Right now, when we paused, Andrew takes control of the debate and wants to set what we call sort of the framing for the debate entirely. Remember, the topic is it ethical to support Trump? Well, if I was to ask you, is blank ethical, whatever it is? The very first thing you need to know is, what is ethical? What do you mean by ethical? And what do I mean by ethical? So that is the framework for which the debate proceeds. Andrew outlined in his opening statement, I'm a Christian ethicist. That's my ethical framework. Here's why it is ethical to support Trump under that framework. Brian, what is your ethical framework? And Brian says, sure, I'll answer that, and says, I believe basically the president shouldn't be insulting. But that's not answering what your ethical framework is. That's saying, that if I could steelman what's happening here, Brian's saying, my ethical framework leads me to the conclusion that the following things are unethical. But then the question Andrew would ask is, and what is that framework? That's what I'm asking. Christian, I'm a Christian ethicist. I get my ethics from the Bible. Okay, so then you would say, Trump doing X either is ethical or isn't. What's your ethical framework? And Brian says, I think that X is not ethical. Okay, but that doesn't answer what your framework is.
You shouldn't be hurling out second-grade insults. I believe that the president is at a higher standard than you and me and every regular, everyday American.
That's not an ethical system, Brian.
Okay,
That's just your opinion.
Yeah, and obviously Andrew nails that. And then the other part is, well, why would that? Okay, but it's easy even for someone who's not really interested in debate, just in a context of a conversation. If Brian says, hey man, you support Trump, that means you're not ethical. And I was like, oh, okay, give me the reason why. Well, Trump shouldn't be insulting women. Okay, even if that's not good, even if that's unethical, I mean, my goodness, That's so far down the list of important things. So, for example, if I support Trump because I think that he's going to end the war in Gaza and like save lives, you're like, nope, it doesn't matter if he does that because he insulted someone. I mean, that's not a good argument.
I'm giving you my opinion of what ethical standards are.
Yeah.
Not
but do you have an
$1 billion
ethical? Do you have an
not
ethical
taking
system,
advantage-
Brian?
Not taking advantage financially of your
These are
position.
opinions, though, Brian.
Of
What's
the
the
United- no, it's not an
ethical
opinion.
system?
No, it's not
What's
an
the
opinion.
ethical system, Brian?
My definition, which I am giving you, of being an ethical being. Okay? I'm sorry. What? Okay, I heard something in the background. I don't know what that was. My definition. You're asking me what my definition of what an ethical system is. What I am doing is I am giving you my definition of what I want ethically from the president of the United States. That's what
So
we're
your
here.
ethics are just whatever Brian thinks is ethical.
No, my ethics, I think, are what most of the population thinks are ethical, which is don't cheat on your wife, don't be, don't be a liable sexual abuser, don't steal money from your position of power, which is exactly what Donald Trump is doing. I think these are very standard things that
Yeah,
most
but these
Americans.
are. But Brian, let me show you the problem.
But again, this is just things that, like, for example, I could come to the conclusion not to cheat on your wife through secular humanism. I could come there through some sort of utilitarian framework. I could get there through some sort of deontological framework. I could get there through like sort of a religion such as Judaism. I could get there through Islam. I could get there through a Christian ethical framework. Right? So like just saying my ethical system is basically what most people believe. I mean, but then obviously this runs into the same problem that many of these debates you see with secular humanists are. Well, then if ethics or morality is literally just a direct democracy, if 51% of people believe something is okay, then it's ethical. Okay, well then slavery is ethical. As long as you're in the right place at the right time. See the problem? So it's not a good standard. What he's instead doing here is just saying, I just don't like Trump, and I think that he does scummy shit. Well, there's two problems with that. One, that's not outlining what you're ethical, right? Because hypothetically, it's like, okay, like on some things it might seem obvious. Cheating on your wife. Yeah, okay. But what about other things? Like, because he's going to go further. He's going to say, I think it's unethical to deport people. And Andrew's going to say, I don't think that's unethical. Okay, then how do we determine whether or not it's ethical or not? Well, we're going to have to know how each person comes to their ethical framework. And Brian hasn't told us. He's just going to say it's bad because it's bad. Well, what he just said there, well, it's because that's what most people think. Okay, so if we can prove most people want deportations, does that mean that it's now ethical? And then the other reason is, again, and I'm sure Andrew will get to this is small potatoes. You want to start with your best offensive position first. And the fact that Brian basically ceded his opening statement's a huge mistake in its own right. But now when he gets to sort of his first salvo, granted, he did mention the Epstein files, but when it's like, okay, what is it about Trump specifically? Because that's how he's interpreting what is your ethical standard? And he's like, well, he's mean to Gold Star moms. He said insulting things. And he had this meme coin that's shitty. Those are small potatoes. Why would that make me unethical for supporting him? In other words, let's take someone that lefties would say is good, like Gandhi, all right? If it turns out that Gandhi used a bunch of foul language about ladies in his town, get out of the street, bitch, you whore. Does that mean that, oh, well, then it's unethical to support all the good work? Or Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King's basically said to have been a womanizer. So does that mean that anyone that supports the things that he pushed for in the mind of a Democrat or a lefty would all of a sudden be unethical to support Martin Luther King? Absurd.
Show you the logical issue here. All you're giving me, you're just reiterating for me the things Brian thinks bad. I get that. Brian doesn't like these things. You're not actually giving me an ethical system from which you're making these judgments. So for me, I'm using Christian ethics. That's informing my ethical judgments.
Okay, well,
Hang on. That's how I'm able to come to these views. You have some kind of ethical system which allows you to come to these views. What is it?
I would say very basic stuff that you would read actually in the Bible. Don't steal.
So the Bible
Don't
is your
shoot.
ethical system?
Well, I'm doing it so hopefully you can understand where I'm coming from here. This is very basic stuff, and I'm shocked
Well,
that
is the Bible your ethical system or isn't it?
I'm not a religious person, Andrew. You
And
are.
what
I'm
is your
telling you-
ethical system, Brian?
I'm telling you, it's very, very basic.
What?
Okay. So, like, is the argument going to be that you could see, because think of this, right? The way we would determine as a judge, this is how this would happen when I was judging debates, right? So if I have to declare a winner or a loser of a debate, and as a judge of debate, you're trying to be as impartial as possible, though it's impossible. It's impossible in the sense that everybody has bias that affects you to some degree, but you try your best to limit that. And so you hear two people and you're trying to be dispassionate. It doesn't matter which side's arguments you agree with. It's a fucking game, college debate, right? So as a judge, what I would do is one side says, here is my ethical system, and here's why Trump is unethical under that system. And the opponent says, here is my ethical system, and here's why Trump is ethical under that system. Now, each side has to argue why their ethical system is the one the judge should prefer. But one thing you could do is say, even if I lose that framework argument, under my opponent's ethical system, I still think that Trump is either ethical or unethical. You see? So it sounds like Brian just attempted to sort of crudely make that argument. Well, even under a Christian system, Trump's unethical. Okay, great. But he hasn't given what his ethical system is. So if he's conceding the framework argument, that's a bad strategy to do. But you could do that. You could say, yeah, I don't even have to argue. I could, under your ethical system, Trump is still immoral. He's still unethical. It's possible to win like that. I would take advantage. Now, the difference is this isn't a game in the same sense that collegiate debate. Presumably, you're arguing things you believe. Now, let me steelman Brian's position, because if you're not a Christian, or if you're a secularist, whatever, or you're someone who just doesn't think about these sort of ethical framework issues, this can be very difficult. It's sort of reductive. How do you believe what you believe, right? And it's difficult. It's difficult to argue. One of the benefits that religious people have is they're able to point exactly to and say, my ethical system is here. Here it is. Here's the book. It tells me. Here's my holy man. He tells me. That's it, right? So what do you do if you don't have that? Well, I think that one of the things you argue is, look, the precepts that are largely outlined in a vague sense in something like the Ten Commandments, I think that those lead to sort of conclusions that we all, although it may be subjective on specific issues, understand that there are certain things that we pretty much accept as ethical or not. For example, murder is unethical. I might not be able to tell you it's because this book tells me, or this is my exact ethical framework that comes to that, but because I don't think about that stuff that much, but I know that murder's bad. I know that lying's bad. And you do too. And so things that we could agree with like that, it doesn't matter how I came to that conclusion. Under your system, is it ethical to say that, to make fun of Gold Star mothers? No? Okay, that's it. Now, I probably wouldn't find myself in a debate where I'm arguing that supporting a politician makes you unethical, but that's the debate Brian chose to get into. So that's the best you could do with those sort of things, and then overwhelm on the specific details. But one of the reasons that Andrew's so effective in these sort of philosophical debates or issues regarding morality, etc., is because he's very good at winning that framework. Here is my ethical framework. Most people have difficulty, particularly if you're not religious, of arguing what your ethical framework is. One group that's an exception to this is the actual libertarians, not pseudo-libertarians, but actual libertarians. Our ethical system's the non-aggression principle. Simple. It's effective. All right, let's keep going.
And a lot of the stuff you would probably read in the Bible. Don't cheat. Don't steal. These are very basic things of anybody, let alone the president of the United States.
Brian, those are things you think bad. I'm asking for what makes them bad, other than
Things
Brian
that
thinks they're bad.
Too, right?
Yeah,
Jesus
you've already rejected biblical ethics and Christian ethics. You already said that. Hang on, you already said you don't believe those things. So Brian, what does Brian use to make value assessment, ethical judgments? What is your ethical system?
So I didn't say that. There are some things in the Bible that I do believe. I didn't say that I disagree with everything that's
based on what, though? Based on what? What is the ethical system you're using, bro? What is it?
I'm confused that here I am telling you, because this debate is not about my definition of what my ethics.
What I always say, and listen, I was a bad Christian. I still am in many ways. I'm very poor at understanding theology, and hopefully I'm getting better, but I'm very poor at that, right? And I always say when I hear Andrew, or for that matter, any other person that's arguing like against secularism and a sort of debate about where does morality come from, it's best to just bite the bullet. Hey, you're right. I am subjective. I have a subjective morality. You're absolutely right. Yep. But I think if you're out there listening, you'll find that my subjective morality is in line with what most of you are going to say. Sure, there'll be specific things that maybe we disagree with, but I don't plan on getting into things that are super fringe today. I'm going to talk about, like, I think Trump is going to lead to people dying by removing healthcare from them. I don't think I need to have like a very nuanced discussion and detailed discussion of why that's unethical in my position. Sure, if I said something like, oh, I think Trump loaned money to people and charged interest, and I think that's unethical, yeah, that's a little more fringe, and I might have to explain why that's unethical in my system. Oh, I agree. Rachel says that's an appeal to consensus, which is a logical fallacy. True, but it doesn't matter because debate itself is sort of an appeal to consensus. You're trying to convince, in this case, a group of people that you're on the right side of the argument. In other words, sort of a consensus. So yes, that argument isn't a winner if you're evaluating from strictly of who has the best ethical standard. But for the topic, is this ethical? If the majority of people watching say, you know what, I agree with Brian, then he's done his job. So oftentimes, it's best to just bite the bullet. I would say if I was debating Andrew on this and I was a secularist, I would just be like, yeah, you're right. It's totally subjective on my part. Okay. You judge me, Andrew, and other people could judge me whether or not they think that that's a positive thing. When it comes to each specific thing that I'm saying runs afoul of my view of ethics. Now, from the perspective of, this is just what I'm saying, better to be arguing from that position than I have no fucking clue where my ethics come from, but I'm going to spin my wheels trying to justify it here at some point. Sometimes you just have to bite a bullet.
System is.
It's literally about ethics.
And here's the other thing. If I'm in this debate with Andrew, I know the more I'm talking about this, the better Andrew looks. And so then perceptually, he's going to fucking win that debate. I want to talk about the more normative shit. I want to talk about Trump bombing boats and Venezuelan boats. I want to talk about Trump's tax cuts to the rich that help the poor. I want to talk about Trump on Epstein Island, blah, blah, blah. By the way, these are not things I want to talk about per se. I'm just saying this is what I would want to talk about if I'm on Brian's side of the debate. So sometimes you just bite the bullet, take the L in a part of the debate so that you can advance to a part where you'll look better, as opposed to spinning your wheels over and over and kind of looking really bad. And right now, Brian looks bad to anyone who's sort of remotely paying attention because it's clear that he doesn't know where his ethics come from. That's clear. And not only that, it's clear that he's like, I can't even figure out why this would be something that's important to the debate, which is even more laughable considering the literal topic of the debate is it ethical to support Trump?
Hold on. It's about Donald Trump, why you support him, why I don't, where we disagree. We can talk about ethics. That's fine. I don't think Donald Trump.
Now, whoa. Maybe Brian thinks the debate topic's something different because he just said he thinks the topic is why do you support Trump and why don't I? That's different. That's a completely different discussion. So I guess it is possible that Andrew and Jake thought the topic was one thing and Brian thought it was something else. And who knows who's at fault for that? I don't know. But I don't know. Based on what I thought the topic was from conversations I heard on X or saw on X and the way that the video was titled, I assumed that is it ethical to support Trump was the topic.
has them, and you could say you disagree with me based on your religion. That's fine.
The debate's literally on ethics, Brian. It's
Okay,
on the ethics
well,
of
I'm
supporting
gonna
the
ask
president of the
you-
United States. I need to
Got
know
you.
what your ethical system is. What is
And
your ethical system?
I'm giving it to you.
Okay,
And I'm
what
giving
is
you a basic standard of what I expect from somebody that would have basic ethics. That's the president
Yes.
of the United States, which is, as you interrupted me earlier.
Wait. I'm sorry. I was reading something.
And I'm
what
giving
is
you a basic standard.
Ethical system. It's
I'm
literally
not-
on ethics, Brian. It's
Okay,
on the ethics
well,
of
I'm
supporting
gonna
the
ask
president of the
you-
United States. I need to know what
Got you.
your ethical system.
Okay, now he's saying, yes, it is on ethics. Okay. Now, which is it then, Brian? Because he seemed to, it sounds to me, and I'm just, listen, I'm biased. I'm friends with Andrew. And even if I wasn't friends with Andrew, even if I didn't like him, he is on the side of that I would support in this particular debate. So my biases exist. I just want to say that. But if I'm trying to sift through this, it sounds to me like Brian's not denying that the topic of the debate is it ethical to support Trump? He's just like, yeah, fuck that specific topic. I'm just saying, here's why I don't support Trump. Now you tell me why you do. That's sort of my guess as to what's going on here. But I mean, I suppose I could be wrong, but given that he said the topic was one thing, and then when Andrew was like, no, it's literally ethics, and he was like, yeah, okay, and then proceeded to go, that seems to be sort of an implicit admission that, yeah, you're right. The topic did have to do with ethics.
System is. What is
And
your ethical system?
I'm giving it to you.
Okay,
And I'm
what
giving
is
you a basic standard of what I expect from somebody that would have basic ethics. That's the president
Yes.
of the United States, which is, as you interrupted me earlier, don't cheat, don't steal, don't lie. Those are the things that Donald Trump has done, and some of those things he continues to do every day.
I mean, again, though, like, I understand that could be fallacious to say, well, it's okay for this guy to do it because everyone else did. But if we're talking specifically about, is it ethical to support a particular politician? And you're like, well, not if they lie. I mean, okay, that's every politician ever? In fact, that's every human ever has lied. Every human capable of speech has told a lie, I would guess. So, really? That's how reductive we're getting? Nope. If you support any politician ever, it's unethical because that politician has lied. So, again, I don't know. Even if you're saying, well, it's not just about support, it's about the... Well, right. So then every politician ever is unethical if they've ever told a lie. Yeah. Or if you're from a Christian framework of this, you would say, yes, everyone has sinned. So you could reinterpret the argument to Trump is a sinner. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Him and every other person except Christ. You're right. But so what then? If Trump is something that everyone is, then what's the... You see what I mean? So, like, when it's like Trump lied, okay. Trump cheated. Sure, I'll be the first to say, I actually, even as the weak Christian that I once was, and still weak in many ways, I actually take non-fidelity very serious. I think that it is. It's a damn shame, especially if you're married. And I have no doubt that even if I disagree or think that some of these stories are skeptical, such as the Stormy Daniels story, Trump's most likely cheated on his spouse at some point, whether it be Melania or a previous spouse. I don't have any respect for that. You know, I think that fucking sucks, quite frankly. But I'm personally friends with a lot of people that have cheated. Does that mean I just write them off because they've done something that I think's actually quite shitty? No. You're allowed to say, I don't like that thing. But I don't think that sin is so grievous that it's like, that's it. I never will associate with you. No matter what good works you do, you're a piece of shit. So again, of all the issues he could be talking about here, he's focusing on little petty shit. And I said that this is one of the things he'd do. It's scattershot, and I said he would do that. And then he's focusing on like Trump's personal actions. But when we're talking about supporting a politician, many times we're not talking about what we think of them as a human being, as an individual. We're supporting them for what they're going to do policy-wise. if a president, let's assume that there's someone running for office and they're the surliest, biggest piece of shit in the world, and they cheated on their wife several times and they had a child, out of wedlock and this, that, and the other, and they're a lying, braggadocious piece of shit. But their policies cure cancer. It would be unethical for me to support that person? You see the stupidity of this? It's such a weak argument. And it reeks of just Democrat just like, he's just bad. Orange man bad. It's just orange man bad.
Can't
But
spell it out.
Brian, what I'm asking isn't about what you think that Trump is doing that's bad. I understand you believe Trump is doing bad things. I understand that. My question is, what are you grounding these ethics in? What's the system you ground it in? So, for instance, I'm guessing you believe murder is bad, right?
Well, yeah, the system
Okay, so
is,
there has to be, but you have
way
a
that was raised.
reason. You have a reason why you
Sure.
think murder is bad.
Yeah.
What is the reason for that? What is the reasons?
Well, you're talking about breaking the law. That's very different than some of the things that I'm referring to. We could also talk about breaking
No.
the
Even
law.
if murder,
no.
even if murder was lawful,
Right.
wouldn't you still be against it?
I'm against any innocent person being hurt in any way, shape, or form. That's
Yeah,
the way I
right.
was
So
raised.
there's an
I
ethical
was raised.
system here. What is
So-
the ethical
so-
system?
So if you want to really break it down to my ethical system,
Yeah.
which is a little bizarre, but we can go there.
Why
It's
is that
the-
bizarre? We're having a debate on the ethics of Donald Trump.
Right. And I want to give you specific examples of why I don't believe he's a very ethically sound person. I don't understand why you need a
Because if you're going to say he's not ethically sound, then you should have an idea of what ethics are, right? Now, I've already argued what I would try to do if I'm Brian, and it is frustrating. Let me tell you, it's frustrating to debate someone who wants to, really dig in to forcing you to kind of explain why do you believe the things you believe. It's important, though, but it is frustrating. And sometimes you just are like, this is fucking ridiculous, right? Okay? I get that. And I've argued what I think Brian should do is sort of bite a bullet and then try to move on to sort of more normative discussion that he would be more comfortable. Right? But let me give you the other side of the coin and why nailing down these specific definitions are important. Democrats say that Trump engaged in an insurrection. They attempted to keep him off the ballot. Well, what's an insurrection? Well, what the Colorado court that tried to keep him off the ballot said was, we don't really have a definition of what an insurrection is, but we know January 6th was one. Whatever definition we would come up with, January 6th would incorporate it. But then here's the problem. So that if I would say, oh, okay, well, if we're kicking him off the ballot, something that we've never done to a presidential candidate before like this, and certainly not one that's a former president, then this would have to be something that's out of the ordinary. If this is an extraordinary action, that would have to mean that the alleged crime was extraordinary. So we need to know what the definition of insurrection is. Not necessarily in a legal sense by the court, but for the people advocating that this is something we should do. In fact, in the Colorado case, although it didn't pick what they thought their definition of insurrection was, it cited several possible definitions, including definitions from contemporaneous when Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was created. And based on those definitions, it basically said something to the effect of non-state actors using violence or intimidation to achieve political ends. Yeah, that's Black Lives Matter, which pretty much every Democrat has supported. So that would mean the Democrats, almost to the T, have engaged in insurrection, or at least supported it. See the problem? But they're like, no, we just choose to not define the term. That's why what you want to do is get these definitions, get the framework out of the debate early. Elsewise, what will happen is, if Andrew's not harping on this, what happens is, and this is because I know people could get frustrated, and I know, oftentimes I'm like, Andrew, I want to see you fucking talk about some of these bullshit, what I consider hoaxes. And I want to see if Brian can argue them well. That's what I want to see. I don't know that I want to see this sort of Brian just circle the drain, be like, I don't understand ethical framework. That's not exactly the most entertaining thing to watch. But the reason it matters is because if this discussion doesn't happen later in the debate, when Andrew says, I think that abortion's unethical, Brian's going to say it's not. And Andrew's going to say, but don't you think that the murder of innocents is unethical? The killing of innocent life's unethical? And he's going to say, well, no, because... Or Andrew will say, I think deportations are ethical. And Brian's going to say, no. Well, why? They came here illegally. Yeah, but. You see? You see what happens? But if Brian's forced to say, here is my framework for ethics, Andrew would later be able to say, now wait a minute, based on the framework that you said you believe, here's why deportations would be ethical. If Brian doesn't have to give a framework and he could basically just say, well, my feels, then no matter what, he'll always be able to say on any particular action, yep, that's ethical, or nope, that's unethical, based on my standard, because his standard is whatever I feel at the time. I'll give you another example of a debate that I happen to know about that this happened, a similar thing with Andrew, because I was the moderator. When Andrew debated Dave Smith, there was a very similar discussion. And Dave, I'm moderating, and we're well into the debate. And you can tell Dave's like, why the fuck are we still talking about this? And it had to do with I forget the exact position there. But the entire thrust of Andrew's argument of Christian ethics versus libertarian ethics hinged on sort of where do rights come from. I understood. Yes. That's going to be the key issue in this debate. And Dave's just not getting it. Now, that's not to say that I don't like Dave or I don't think that Dave's capable of arguing, but Dave argues more like me, normative. Andrew's arguing more of a philosophical bent. So, anyways, let's see how long this goes.
Definition,
because you would have to compare why he's not an ethical person with the grounding belief of what is an ethical. So, for instance, if you say, Andrew, Jesus wouldn't like Donald Trump because A, B, C, and D.
Sure.
Right? I'm deriving my ethical system from Christian ethics. So that's why you can make that criticism, right? I have no fucking idea what you're deriving your ethical system from, though. So can you please, is it just your preferences, like things that you think are bad because they're bad?
The way that I was raised, my family, the way I was taught on what's wrong and what's right, the way I was taught at a very young age to not judge people based on their skin color or sexuality, to treat people the way that you want to be treated.
Okay, so your whole ethical system is just Brian's preferences.
I don't think it's just Brian's preferences.
Well, whose other preferences are you basing it on?
I would like to believe that most people in society, more than 50%, would agree that it's not an ethically standard good thing to do.
Okay, so is your ethical framework pure democracy? If 51% of people think something's bad, then it's unethical. If they think it's good, then it is ethical. Seems to be that's what's suggesting. If not, if it's just, well, the way my parents raised me, then you would say, sure, my ethics are my preferences, though I have derived those preferences based on what I think each individual situation would be based on what my parents' preferences were and how they raised me.
To say and do the things that Donald Trump does on a regular basis. Now,
okay, so you believe that ethics are derived from the majority?
Not necessarily. I think everybody's different. I think everyone's raised differently. I think everybody comes from a different background, different religion.
So what's the ethical system?
Okay, so then it's one of two. It's either like just a preferences or it's a majority. So Andrew's like, okay, so you're saying it's the majority. And he's like, no, I think everyone has different preferences. So then it's preferences.
Well, which ethical system are you using then, other than Brian's own ethics? If they don't come from the majority, and they're not, hang on. Let me ask the question. If they don't come from the majority, they don't come from other people, they come from you. How do you make these value judgments? What's the system that you're using to say thing bad, other than because just Brian thinks thing bad?
For argument's sake, so that we could move the conversation along, because we've now been talking about this for 15 minutes. I will make it matters. No, the thing that matters is Donald Trump's behavior and how you defend it, and we'll get into it. I will make it very easy for you, Andrew.
Okay.
This is me. You're talking to Brian Shapiro. Okay. I have certain standards in a certain way that I vote. I'm sure some people agree with me. Some people disagree with me. I would imagine you disagree. I vote, number one, not on policy, on the human being. Are they a decent human being? By my standards, I'll make it easier for you. I don't want to support.
I vote based on whether or not someone's a decent human being. That's insanity. That's just a really bad standard, in my opinion. I mean, think of the implications of what he's suggesting here. I know people that are great people. Like, for example, I worked with people with autism that literally would qualify having developmental disabilities that would make them special needs. But they're great people. Many of them are some of the most ethical people you would ever meet. Okay? So I guess them for president? I mean, do you understand the stupidity of this? Now, let's say we need a wartime president. You probably want a guy that's a bit of a surly asshole, right? You want someone who's tough. Now, being tough doesn't necessarily mean that you're unethical. I get that. But you see the point. I mean, it's just, it's so silly. Like, I would be the exact opposite. I would say, I vote for the person that I think has the policies that align with my values the best. Secondary to that would be whether or not I think that they are a good or ethical person. Now, is it a potential that the person's individual ethics could be so disgusting that I would refuse to vote for them even if their policies were overwhelmingly better? I suppose that's possible. For example, a serial killer that has the greatest economic theory I've ever heard, yeah, I probably wouldn't vote for them anyways. But to say that that's your a priori, that a priori is I evaluate who's most ethical is nonsensical. By the way, I do think, though, that it's these sorts of things that largely lead to a bunch of stupidity. Oh, I'm voting for this person because they're attractive. I'm voting for this person because they're nice. It doesn't matter if they're good for the job. All right, let's go.
Support somebody who is a bad human being by my definition. I won't use anybody else's definition.
So your ethics come from from you. You're the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical.
I'm not.
Now, you understand the problem now. If the topic is as it's written here, and I have no reason to believe it's not at this point, is it ethical to support Trump? Not only is he saying, look, I have my own subjective interpretation of what is ethical and not. And so I will say this person is ethical. President Trump is unethical. But then he proceeds to take it a second step further and say, you that voted for Trump based on your ethics or based on your values are unethical based on his subjective interpretation of what ethics are.
That's my opinion. Okay, and what I think.
Then what is the system for ethics here? So if you say all of these things are bad because I think all of them are bad, I can accept that. You're saying you're the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical. I can at least accept that. But if you're trying to make an appeal to something else, and that's what your ethics are grounded in, then I need to know that.
I'm not trying to make an appeal to something else.
Then you are the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical, right?
And if that makes it sufficient for you, Andrew, to continue this conversation, then I'm fine with that.
Okay, so do you agree that you're the ultimate arbiter of what's ethical?
These are my opinions on what I think are ethical. You might think cheating on a wife and having sex with a porn star 2 weeks after Melania has a baby, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's unethical.
That's not my question, though. We can get to those things. I'm just asking you, is Brian Shapiro, when you make an ethics claim, it's based solely on Brian Shapiro's opinion? And because it's based on your opinion, that is what is ethical.
I think it's based on a lot of things. And like I said, I am not a religious person. I don't live my life.
So then your morality, your subjective morality comes from your own personal preferences, right?
Okay, but there are a lot of things that I do believe in that are wrong, that are stated as wrong in the Bible.
You believe. So you again are the ultimate arbiter of what is moral or is not moral.
A lot of my beliefs are maybe not the same as your beliefs or others. I'm not.
So what makes yours right other than you believe them?
Well, we can go into that. I think I think a lot of people would say that, it's not ethical to steal. I think you.
Well, you see how you just said a lot of people. So what you did now is you're making an appeal to a majority again.
Okay, so let's just say
again. So now he's waffling back and forth. He's saying it's my preferences, and then he says, but it's because that's what most people think. So,
Hang on, Brian. I'm going to explain this to you.
Oh, and sorry, I know I'm leaving this run a little, but I mean, it's sort of Brian spinning in circles here now.
again are making an appeal to a majority. If you do that, you just say, well, if Donald Trump's approvals rating is above 51%, then you're being unethical. And obviously that's not what you mean here.
Yeah.
So you can't make appeals to other, you can't make appeals to other people and say the majority is where you get your ethics, because it's not. So are you, Brian, the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical or not? Or can you give me a standard outside of yourself that you use for ethics?
In this specific conversation, these are my opinions, my beliefs. There is no system that I use. People can agree and disagree.
So for the purpose of the conversation, you're the ultimate arbiter of what is ethical.
I'm responsible for what I say on this debate.
Okay.
These are my personal opinions, and I've been very clear on that. Nobody's
okay. So then why can't I just reject everything you say by just saying, no, I'm the ultimate arbiter of everything that's ethical?
We can disagree on that, and we can have a conversation on why you feel the way you feel and why I feel the way I feel.
So you have no standard for ethics other than you?
I have a standard for ethics that I was taught at a very young age that I believe in. I would like to get to Donald Trump.
So your standard for ethics is you.
I mean, Andrew,
right?
If that pleases you, Andrew, we can fine. That's fine. In order to move along the conversation, because quite frankly, Andrew, I think this is stupid. I want to talk.
I'm sure you do. You don't have any basis of grounding to make criticism outside of yourself.
I have a lot of basis that I would like to get into with you. I would like to talk about Donald Trump. I would like to talk about his behavior, and I could give two craps what system you think I use or what I don't use. I want to know how you can support a man who attacks Gold Star families, a man who attacks POWs, a man who's in $1 billion crypto scandal. I want to know how you wear that Christian cross around your neck and support this guy who is the ultimate sinner, who lies on a daily basis, who literally, in my personal opinion, along with Pete Hegseth, are committing murders. Okay, I want to know.
I knew that we would talk about the Venezuelan boat strikes, because it's what's in the news right now, and it's going to be all of the stories that the Democrats this month say this is the biggest scandal against Trump, and then the Democrats the next month say this is the biggest scandal against Trump. And my guess is he's not going to go into a lot of details. He's just like, oh, it's murder, and how could you support it?
Man, how you can support a guy who's cheated on every single woman he's ever been with.
I want to know, Brian. Okay, hang on. That's fair.
No, hold on. I'm not done yet.
You're going to keep shotgunning? You're going to keep shotgunning?
Hold on a second. You did a 10-minute monologue. The least you could do is let me finish.
I didn't do a 10-minute monologue.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I want to know what your system is, where you think it's okay to support a man who's a liable sexual abuser, a 34-count felon, and a guy that literally hurls second-grade insults at journalists, which you defended on the Piers Morgan show. Now, I really don't care what your ethical standard is. I want to know you personally, how you can continue to curl yourself into the MAGA right-wing pretzel that you do every single day and hide behind your religion. I want to know how you can do that. So why don't you answer my question?
I was just trying to get all this cleared up a second ago, but you seem to refuse. From what standard can you say any of this support that I do is unethical?
Andrew, this isn't going to be much of a debate if you're not going to answer my question. So
I am answering your question. You don't have any standard from which to criticize anything I support. You have no standard to do this.
Why don't you respond to my question?
I am responding to your question. You have no standard. You have no.
What Andrew's saying is, like, if you could just say things are ethical or unethical because of my preferences, why can't Andrew just say the same? How could you do that? Because I think that it's good to do that. And what's Brian going to say? No, it's not. Okay, well, I think it is. Yeah, but here's 5 reasons it's not. Yeah, I don't care about any of those reasons. The way I determine whether something's ethical or not, or whether something's good or not, is if I personally prefer it. And I do prefer supporting Trump, so that's it. That's what Andrew's saying here. If it's literally just, if we're defining ethics as just, well, my personal preference, then I could say, my personal preference is exactly what Donald Trump is doing is great. It's good. It's ethical. And he could say, yeah, but it's bad. Look, the inflation's up. I don't care. I could say that's ethical. See the problem?
Standard from which to make a criticism. You have no ethical standards from which to make a criticism.
This is how you debate. You charge people $250. I didn't want this to go down this route because I want to have a respectful debate with you, Andrew, and I do appreciate you doing this. But I'd like to have a real debate with you.
This is a real debate.
Okay. So far,
so is this an attack because because Andrew sells debate courses? He charges people $250. Okay. Yeah, and he's explaining to you how sort of a logical argumentation goes when you're talking about things like ethics. And now you have to have a standard to ground what your ethics are. Right? Why is it bad to charge $250? That's interesting. This little meta conversation actually illustrates the problem with this whole thing. Okay, you say I charge people $250. Why is that bad? What is your ethical standard to say that's bad? Just your preferences. Okay, your preference is it's bad for me to charge money for a debate course, even if the vast majority of the people that have purchased that course not only were very happy with the purchase, but would also say that they got benefit from it. Okay? So why is that unethical? Why is that bad? Well, because of my preference. We'll keep going.
Justify your position, Brian. That's what a real debate is.
I want to know, do you have a problem? It's a question I'm asking you, but you haven't answered any of my questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you have a problem with the leader of the free world, Donald Trump, attacking Gold Star family, saying he doesn't respect John McCain because he was captured? Let's just focus on John McCain for a moment. That one statement, which I think should have disqualified him as president to begin with. Are you okay with a man running for president attacking a POW, saying you don't respect him because he was captured? I tend to respect people that were captured, that weren't captured. Are you okay with that?
Well, when you say okay here, you're asking about an ethical claim. So you're asking, Andrew, do you think that this is moral or immoral when he does this? What we have not clarified is what moral or immoral is, other than a Brian value judgment. So if you're just asking me, hang on. So if you're just asking me based on value judgments of preference, do you have any issues with X thing? Then I could just always say, no, you have no standard from which to criticize this. Do you understand that?
I do understand what you're doing here. I do. I'm asking you as a human being.
Real quick, I promise I'll read the rest of the super chats, but Cry More Bro, $5 says, hey Rob, supposedly either Brian's in the chat or someone impersonating him, but I see his channel name in chat. Well, Brian, if you're here, you could call in and I'll happily have this conversation with you, no problem. And I won't even delve into sort of meta ethics as much as Andrew did. I'd be happy to have a conversation with you on the normative issues that you're talking about. So if it is legitimately you and you'd like to call in, I could put the link up for you. No problem, man. Wouldn't mind doing that at all. So if it's really you, Brian, but yeah, I don't mind that at all. While we wait and we consider that, Brian, I'm going to head to the restroom real quick. So he called you a Trump mushroom gobbler. Oh, that's fine. It's probably not Brian then. I don't think that this gentleman here would resort to petty insults like that, right? I don't think he would do that. Nonetheless, I have to go to the restroom, so I'll be right back. But Brian, if that's really you, my goodness, I'd be happy to talk to you. All right, I'll be right back though.
It's just me and you, Chair, with a little echo. It's the Chair Show. Get those donos in. Your lack of super chats is killing me. I blame EOD. Hello, everybody. In chair. Emmett, hi. Premonition, hello. Oh shit, not Avarice. And chair. One of those days would be just the Chair and Avarice show. That is true. Oh shit!
Oh, look at this guy. EOD, what's he doing? Did we get an answer? Whether or not Brian? I don't see his name in the chat, anyways. But if you're listening, Brian, if it's actually you, please, let me know. You can call in right now. I will be respectful and give you equal amounts of time as me. So, chickened out. That's a bummer. So, all right. Let us read some super chats very quickly, and then we'll get back into the debate. X-Type Gaming. thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Anonymous Coward, $5 says, is there a shortcut to cornering someone who does this? All debates with progressives get stuck if they don't define anything or commit to positions. I mean, there's not really a shortcut other than to just say, look, well, you can see that your ethical preference is one of two things or a combination thereof, your personal preference and sort of what the majority of people think. Drunk Batman, thank you so much, man. $50. And then gifts 10 memberships. Man, thanks so much. Always appreciate it. By the way, in case you wondered, this cool wood piece that was made there was actually done by Drunk Batman. So thanks so much, Drunk Batman. Always appreciate it. Gravios, $20 says, you just wouldn't understand my ethical system even if I told you, bro. This guy probably. Thanks so much, Gravios. Upsetty Spaghetti, $5. Thank you. Blasterbot, $5 says, but Rob, he doesn't need ethics because Orange Man bad. So as long as he does everything against Orange Man, all is excused for the greater good. Yeah. Birdman, $10 says, Brian, that's a little bizarre. Also, Brian soon. I won't be condescended to. Such a lack of self-awareness. He can't see the mirror he held up to himself for 2 hours. Gravios again, $5. Thanks, man. Says, see, I think the real issue here is Brian's just dumb. He's out of his league in this debate. He may be disingenuous, but he's genuinely dumb. It may be. Birdman, $5 says, Brian's reservoir tip hat must be keeping the blood from his brain, but at least it's helping protect us from the full-on sporting goods store. Bandit, $5 says, not going to spoil it, but he's multiple levels of hard R. Really? Oh, different hard R. Bandit, $5 says, what's the point of debate if not convince others of agreeing with your position? Birdman, thanks so much for becoming a member. Cry More Bro, $5 says, hey, Rob, supposedly Brian's in the chat or someone impersonating him, but I see his channel name in the chat. Well, like I said, Brian, if you're there, I'm happy to have you come on. We could stop analyzing the debate, and you could convince my audience that's watching right now by beating me in a debate on this very topic. The King Adam, thanks so much. 5 gifted memberships. Matt Fleming, $5 says, Brian can't stand his arguments are attacked on the merits. It's why he resorts to hyperbolic language and emotional blackmail, because he has nothing left. It's fair point. Bandit, $2 says, if it's Brian, he's a sad, sad man. AJC, $10 says, Avarice and Chair Stream. Unforced Ego, $21.55. Thanks so much. Trump being ethical or unethical doesn't determine whether it's ethical or unethical to vote for him. Exactly. The Shapiro dude is brain dead, even if we grant him grace for not having ever thought of where his ethics are derived from. Exactly the point. For example, you could easily make a case that it's ethical to vote for someone who causes world peace that's a piece of shit that cheated on his wife. You support that person may be unethical that caused world peace. He in his daily life might be unethical, but that doesn't make you unethical for supporting him. Bandit, $2 says, it's EOD's fault. I would have been here sooner. Nate the Eagle, the other Nate here, bought my ticket for Word War. Nice. Looking forward to the event and meeting the crew. I'll be there, man. Can't wait. And then look at this actual legend. Sniper gifts 50 memberships. My goodness, Sniper. Thanks so much, man. Always a pleasure. Perry Incorporated, $5 says, if you can get them on, I'd happily watch that over the review. Yeah, me too. I'd be happy to do it. And Houdini, $20 says, Jerry, you make a good point. Jerry, you make a good point. I should give you all of our cash. Oh. So just to be clear, I'll just check the chat real quick one last time. Whoever we thought was Brian did not say that he was willing to come on. Is that fair? I didn't see his name in the chat. But I get these weird, instead of seeing people's names, I get these weird ats. So I don't know. Anyways, we're not going to wait all day. We're going to continue going on with the review. But I'll peruse the chat from time to time to make sure that I don't miss him. Mods turned on subscribers only mode. Is that true? No, don't turn on subscribers only mode if that's what happened. That is absolutely not what I want. Yeah, no. No. Yeah, no, turn off subs only mode. No. Nope. Cry more, bro. Says for $10 says you have it on sub mode, Rob. He disappeared right after that. No. I never like just to let the mods know. I unless Emma was making shallow comment. That's leave her make the comments. If she does something that's too bad, then ban her. But don't have it on sub only mode. No. And especially with something like this, I want people to come in that disagree with my interpretation of the debate to be able to say that you blame an EOD. Oh no. So I'm so sorry, Brian, if you were there, man. I'm so sorry. Damn, that's a bummer. If he left, that's a real missed opportunity for both me and Brian. If he left, yeah. I get it. Not blaming the mods. Shit happens, no problem. But yeah, to all my mods, please never put it on sub only mode. That's no good. So yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry, Brian, if you're there. I didn't accuse him of running away. So, anyways, if you're there, Brian, and you want to call in, please let me know. So, all right. Continuing with the debate.
Mm-hmm. Which I'm pretty sure you are. How you are okay with, or maybe you're not. Maybe you're not willing to admit it. Are you okay with someone in power or somebody that is running for president that would attack somebody for being a POW for 5 years, regardless of what your opinions might be on John McCain?
Yeah. So let's say I have an issue. So let's say I have an issue with almost everything Trump has ever done or said out loud. From my ethical purview, what could be more important to a Christian ethicist than the topic of abortion? From our view, from our hang on, from our worldview, that is the most important issue. We actually think that you're killing human beings, right? Brian. Listen, I'm going to answer your question. I'm answering it. You just have to listen, and then you'll understand. It wouldn't even matter if I had an issue with almost everything Trump has ever said out loud. That wouldn't even be an issue. If it is the case that you can name anything which would trump, from my worldview, 600,000 children.
This is exactly what I said would be the most effective strategy that Andrew was making. When determining whether or not it's ethical to support someone, yes, you outline what your ethical system is, and then you say, what is the highest value within that system? Well, the thing that's the most important would be, I think that murdering children is the worst thing. And so I'm going to vote for the person or support the person in this binary choice that I think is trying to protect the children the most. Why would it be unethical for me to support that person because they say foul language? Why would that be the case? So yes, that's exactly the argument that I predicted, the type of thing, and it's the smartest argument to make. I am not unethical for supporting someone who does unethical things if I'm supporting them for something that I think is very important that is ethical. I think that securing the border, I think that wage growth, I think that trade deals, I think that trying to stop conflicts around the world, all of those things almost, I think that I could objectively argue, well, I don't want to say that. I think I could argue through my moral framework or through a Christian ethicist framework why those are more important. But even if we go for my preferences and what most people think, I think most people would agree with that as well, even if we go with the framework that Brian seems to be suggesting there. Matt Fleming, $5 says, gingers like Brian can't rationalize or see the logic in the Christian worldview because gingers don't have souls. Can't resist things. Cry More Bro, $10 says, you have it on sub mode, Rob. He disappeared right after that. It's a shame. Bandit, $2 says, lol, if that dolt got a membership from Sniper. And let me be clear, Brian, if you're listening or anyone, I did not turn on sub mode and I did not know about that. I welcome you talking in the chat or your supporters talking in the chat and would welcome you calling in to debate me if you want. Jabroni Big Time, thanks so much for being a member. Really appreciate it. And then gifts 5 memberships. Thanks so much. Johnny Bloom, $5 says, I love that you're always charitable to his arguments and steelman them, even though it's pretty obvious he's out of his depth here. I agree. And Shipwrecked, 50 memberships again. Man, unbelievable. Thank you so much. And then the King Adam gives 20 memberships on top of that. Thank you so much. Amazing. All right, let's keep going. You guys are the best.
Getting murdered yearly, because from my worldview, that's what we believe. That's my ethical system believes that. What can you name, Brian, that Trump has done, which is worse than killing 600,000 children per year, and why it would be that I should support an oppositional candidate if I only have two choices, which wants to expand that? Do you have one thing that you can name that would trump that or not?
Yeah, I'll get into that, but I just want to explain to the audience, because this is very disappointing, Andrew. You charge $250 to give advice to people on how to debate.
I don't give advice.
Okay, my question had absolutely, I'm happy to talk about abortion with you. I think it's a very fair conversation to have. My question had absolutely nothing to do.
I'm granting your whole argument.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Andrew. Andrew, hang on. Andrew, this isn't Pierce Morgan. Hang on a second, okay?
Go ahead.
My question had nothing to do with abortion. It was a statement that Donald Trump made. You could either say, I don't have a problem with it, or I do. Then
Okay, fair point. I want you to answer whether or not you have a problem with this or not. Andrew was like, look, even if I do have a problem, why would that make me unethical to support him if there's this other ethical issue that's more important? Brian, a smart ass about it. You charge $250, but okay, fine. Like, answer whether or not you think this is unethical or not. Okay?
we can talk about the abortion issue.
Ryan, I'm granting all criticisms of Trump that you say are true. I'm granting it, literally granting it for the purpose of the argument. If that's the case, though, and you're saying that it's unethical for me to support his presidency, then he would need to give me a compelling reason past 600,000 aborted fetuses a year, which are human beings. You would have to actually, hang on, Brian, stop, Brian, listen. You would actually have to give me a compelling reason that is an overage of that to then make the claim that it would be unethical for me to support his presidency over the alternative. Can you name one of those things or not?
So, first of all, your definition of killing is very different than my definition of killing. Your opinions on abortion are very different.
No, wait. So you already saw why it was important, or we saw that it was like the argument of where our ethical framework comes from, right? We saw that. But now we disagree on what the definition of the word killing. Now, let me steelman his position here. I don't think he means that. I think he misspeaks here. Or maybe not. I guess. Oh, okay, never mind. I think that they would both agree killing is the taking of a life, right? So Brian might say, I don't think that children in the womb are lives. That's a bad argument, though. Almost all science would tell us it's alive, it's life. He might say it's not a human life, but it would still be killing. For example, a pig isn't a human life, but you still kill a pig before you eat it, right? He would just say, I'm okay with that killing because I'm a carnivore. I eat meat, right? So I don't know that. I think he's wrong that they disagree on the definition of killing.
Why I was trying to clarify our ethical systems in the beginning. You remember that?
There are over 60% of people in this country that have been polled, Republicans and Democrats, that think that abortion should be legal across the board.
Yeah,
now,
but you're just
that's again, that's an appeal to consensus. That doesn't matter, right? I mean, again, so now we're just saying, so it seems to be what he's implying here then is, okay, if more than 51% of people support something, then it is ethical to support that thing. You see the issue there? All right.
appealing to the majority again.
I'm talking about me. My definition of a kill is different than your definition of a kill. For example, if a 13-year-old girl is raped, and her family decide that they do not want to have that baby, I do not consider that abortion to be murder. Now, in most states...
Wait a minute. That's a different question. Murder is a specific type of killing, right? So again, he doubled down and said we don't have the same definition of kill. Maybe he means we don't have the same definition of murder?
Country, abortion is legal. There are some states where it is not. There are a few states where abortion, no exceptions. My definition is different than yours. We can get back to the abortion issue.
But again, if the legality, now he says, well, there's certain places, or, abortion's legal. Okay, well, it's also legal to hurl insults at people like John McCain. And The vast majority of people have hurled inappropriate insults at some point in their life, okay? Does that mean then we say, therefore, it's not unethical to criticize John McCain? Andrew, it's legal to criticize John McCain, therefore it can't be unethical. Most people support that it should not be illegal to criticize John McCain for his military service. Therefore, not unethical.
But going back to and by the way, if you want to talk about your definition of 600,000 kills, well, I could tell you this, Andrew. 20 million people are going to lose their health care coverage, Medicaid. Many of those people rely on that health care coverage because they cannot afford health care.
Are 600,000 of them going to die, Brian?
Let me finish, Andrew.
Okay, go ahead.
I can tell you that because of Donald Trump's failures during COVID, he is partially responsible for millions of people that died. He did not take the virus seriously. He turned his COVID press conferences into campaign rallies. He talked about injecting yourself with disinfectant. A lot of people died, Andrew. And
there's a hoax. The injecting yourself with disinfectant never happened. Show me where Donald Trump said to inject yourself with disinfectant. COVID policies, even Dr. Fauci, who has no love for Trump, said that what Trump was saying publicly about the virus was in line with what they were suggesting that he say. They didn't want him to go out there and be like, we're all going to die, we're fucked. So when he's out there saying, we're going to beat this thing, it's not the end of the world, not necessarily a bad thing. Also turns out that the fear-mongering over it probably worse than the virus itself, because the fear-mongering led to terrible things like lockdowns, and a bunch of other shit that probably not only had a net negative, worse outcome than the virus to people, but actually probably literally killed more people than the virus. Once you factor in sort of the mental health decline, the fact that people were incapable of getting other physical treatments because they were so afraid to go to places like hospitals, because the hospitals were so afraid to be open. Not to mention substance abuse that upticked, the economy that went down. As the economy goes down, that predictably leads to people having shorter lifespans and people dying due to things like depression, harming themselves, substance abuse, poor eating habits, etc.
I'm not saying every single person died of COVID because of Donald Trump, but I can tell you a lot of people did die because Donald Trump and many of his stupid supporters did not take the virus seriously. They still don't. I almost died from the virus. And as I was...
Again, so your subjective interpretation because he almost died. Okay, my brother almost died because he went into a hospital to be treated for epilepsy and was having a terrible seizure. The hospital that he went to at this point had 0 cases of COVID and was almost completely empty. But because the fear-mongering of COVID was so strong, they sent him home prematurely. As my mother tried to drive him home, he had a terrible seizure because he should have remained at the hospital, but they sent him home early. That terrible seizure he had in the car, he was choking himself on the seatbelt. So as my mother got out of the car to open the door, take the seatbelt off, he fell out of the car alongside of the road and shattered his collarbone. Because of fear-mongering by people like Brian. Get it? But notice that this is running afoul of the abortion thing. Well, abortion, I disagree with it, and Medicare and COVID. Okay, well, that's not really getting into an in-depth discussion on abortion like we were talking.
In the ICU for 2 weeks, and I almost died of COVID. I had to listen to people on the right talk about how this was a hoax, that it was fake, it wasn't real.
This has nothing to do with any points that are being made.
It does, because you're talking about people that are being murdered. I would imagine the unborn. Again, my definition of a kill when it comes to abortion is very different than what your definition.
Okay, what is it?
Here's the difference between you and me.
What's the difference? What is the definition then of murder for you?
Especially when it comes to this issue.
Okay.
I don't tell people what to do. I don't want to tell people what to do. If you, Andrew, want to have 100 kids, I wouldn't recommend it, but you're welcome to have 100 kids. I'm not going to tell a woman that she cannot have an abortion. It is a fundamental difference. Now, late-term abortion.
Are you going to tell a serial killer that they can't be serial killers, Brian?
You are comparing, which is beyond asinine, with all due respect.
No. Ever notice when someone says with all due respect, they rarely mean any respect? That's okay, though. The point that Andrew is trying to make here is just saying, hey, I'm not going to tell people what to do. What we would first need to do is determine whether or not this is human life, right? Just because most people say it's okay to kill these particular human lives. Again, imagine in a Muslim country, the majority of people say it's okay to kill homosexuals. That's okay. Would he say, wow, that's ethical? Most people here support that. Okay. course not. He wouldn't say that. He'd say, I don't give a shit that most of the people there support that. It's unethical. It's terrible. It's murder. Okay, so then we have to first evaluate something, whether or not it's murder. How do you define murder? Well, I think the killing of an innocent life would meet the definition of murder. Now we need to determine, or the killing of an innocent human life would meet the definition of murder. Now we need to determine, when is it a human life? He avoids that entire conversation by just going, I think that it's none of my business. They should be allowed to do what they want. But if that's the rationale, you'd be able to apply the same rationale for any murder. His response to that's like getting incredulous. Oh my God, that's so different. How? Sure, it's a threshold different to some degree.
Serial killer going out there and killing people in society to abortion. My definition
We
of
consider it murder. My ethical system considers it murder, Brian.
Okay, well, I don't care what your ethical system
Yeah,
says.
right, but we're having a debate on ethics, Brian. We're having a debate on
No,
ethics.
we're having a debate on why you support Donald Trump and I don't.
What's
Not-
the title of the debate?
Okay, I didn't put the title in. Your producer or moderator did. I didn't make the title of this. In
Just
fact, when
quickly, guys,
fact, hold on.
we
When
we did actually say that the topic of the debate is it ethical to support Donald Trump? So this is why Andrew's trying to hone in on the ethical system, but he did grant it and say that, Brian, your ethical system is like a preference-based ethical system, and then he granted the things you said, so you guys can move on with the different claims.
I would like to do that, but Andrew,
You're muted, I think.
Andrew still didn't answer my very basic debating 101 question. He pivoted to abortion. I asked him, are you, a very basic question that I think anybody would answer, no matter what your answer is, when Donald Trump attacked the service of John McCain. And by the way, I'm not a Ron DeSantis fan. I'm not a J.D. Vance fan. But one thing I would never do is crap on their military service, which I respect very much. Donald Trump said he didn't respect John McCain because he was captured. This question has nothing to do with abortion. Are you okay with that? And are you comfortable supporting a man who attacks a POW because he was captured? That question has nothing to do with abortion. I don't care what your system comes from, or quite frankly, I don't care what your religion is. This is Andrew Wilson versus Brian Shapiro, my opinions versus yours. I'm not okay with anybody, let alone somebody who's running for president of the United States, crapping on somebody's military service and saying you don't respect somebody because they were captured. Oh yeah, by the way, Donald Trump dodged the military.
I mean, again, this is just tone policing. Like, imagine what you could say. I'm not okay with anyone who's ever insulted a woman for her looks. I'm not okay with anyone who's ever insulted someone for their sexuality. I'm not okay with anyone who's ever insulted someone because of their weight or their appearance. I mean, go fuck yourself. Right? When you're admitting that this is just like, oh, it's just my preference is why I'm talking. It seemed that he conceded when Jake said, listen, the agreed upon topic was, is it ethical to support Donald Trump? Given that, Andrew's absolutely saying the things you're talking about are small potatoes. Imagine this. Imagine that if Andrew retorted with this. Who's the last president you support? Did you support Joe Biden? Yeah. Well, we can see from Ashley Biden's diary, let's not even talk about the salacious things. We can see that she wrote in some point in there, yeah, when I was 12 years old, my dad said, you're a little bitch, Ashley. Now what? Now you'd say, oh my God, I can never support Biden because he said that thing? It's just tone policing bullshit.
Multiple times.
All right, hold on a second. I think Andrew's
we're good
microphone's
now.
having trouble.
I think we're good. You guys can hear me okay.
Yep,
So,
yep.
Brian,
Yes,
do you understand what granting a position means in a debate?
I absolutely do, and I'm not going to be talked down to.
So if
and-
I'm granting,
Okay, hold on,
hold
hold on.
No, Brian, shut up.
Oh,
Brian, you just did
Stop
you monologue
spurging,
for a
Brian.
while,
Stop
so-
spurging,
You
Brian.
asked me a question,
Brian,
right?
stop spurging, Brian.
You asked
Listen
me
to
a question.
Stop
Did you
spurging,
think
Brian.
that's rhetorical?
Stop spurging, Brian.
Don't ask me questions.
Brian, stop spurging out.
Then
Just
don't ask me
listen,
questions.
just listen to what I'm saying to you. You already answered the question. So the thing is like, if it is the case that I'm granting the position, what I would need from you is why it would actually be unethical if I give you this thing, which is the paramount to my ethical system. In this case, it would be abortion, 600,000 lives per year. Even if I granted the COVID thing, let's say that Trump killed 1 million people due to mishandling of COVID-19. Over the long term, there's still going to be way more aborted babies than any death toll Trump had during COVID.
You
So
said
if it's the case, you have to tell me again, Brian, what could possibly trump that for a Christian? What could trump that when I have a choice between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump? She's going to expand these rights for abortion, enshrine them into law, right? Thus killing way more from my worldview, people, human beings. What would ever trump that? Why would I have voted for her instead? Why? Can you tell me that or not?
A lot of different reasons why. I
Okay,
can
why?
go into this and why I think Kamala Harris would have been a far better candidate. First of all, I don't believe we would have been headed towards a recession. I don't believe we would have had to deal with the tariffs. I don't believe Kamala Harris would have rolled
Would
out.
she have expanded abortion rights, though, Brian?
Andrew, it's my
But again, he's fundamentally misunderstanding. He's fundamentally misunderstanding. Right? The misunderstanding here is Andrew's saying like, imagine this. Imagine it's like, if you vote for this guy, he'll be super polite, and the economy will do a little better, and healthcare will be a little better, but he will literally lead to World War III and will lead to 200 million Americans dying. Let's just say you grant that. Say, yeah, that would happen. Be like, okay, then why would I support him? Would Brian say, well, let me tell you, because he'd be against tariffs. Okay, but that's still less of a magnitude than what we're talking about. Oh yeah, that's true. Well, he would be better for secondary education. Okay, but still, the magnitude of that is less than 200 million people dying. The correct response from Brian here would be, yes, if you could prove that abortion was the murder of human beings, sure, I understand under that value system how it would be ethical to push back against that. However, I think you're wrong. I think that it's not the murder of human beings. Instead, he says, no, even if we accept that it is the murder of human beings, you should still vote for Kamala because she would have been better on tariffs.
turn now,
Would
right?
she have expanded abortion rights?
Andrew, smoke a cigarette.
Can you answer the question? Would she have expanded
Andrew?
abortion rights?
Andrew, you don't get to just ask a question.
Would she have expanded abortion rights, Brian?
Okay, so Andrew, you're supposed to be the master debater. That means let me.
I just want you to answer one
Guys,
question.
if we keep on going back and forth like this, we're going to need to do a cross-examination. So maybe 20 minutes each. Do you guys want to do that? 20 minutes each of cross-examination, or do you want to just answer each other's questions?
I would like to finish answering Andrew's question before he asks me another one. He asked me about Kamala Harris, right, Andrew? You asked me why should I have voted for her over Donald Trump?
No, that's not what I asked you.
He asked you why from his perspective.
Listen very closely to what I asked you so that you understand what I'm saying to you. From my Christian worldview, abortion is murder. It doesn't matter what you think, Brian. It matters in this case what I think. That's my worldview. That's my interpretation of the world. Okay, that's my ethical system. Yours is based on whatever Brian thinks, right? So it's just as valid for me, I guess, to say whatever Andrew thinks.
Sure,
I
fine.
consider each of these things. I consider each abortion a murder. I consider each abortion a murder. So if that's the case, there's 600,000 murders per year going on inside of this nation. Trump moved to overturn Roe v. Wade, thus moving the goal to cancel the idea of women being able to have abortions. Kamala Harris was going to expand this and enshrine it, meaning that over the long term, over many, many, many years, Kamala Harris, from my worldview, would have killed a drastically higher amount of people than anything you could ever pin on Trump, including COVID. If that's the case, what would be the compelling reason over that from a Christian worldview for why I should have voted for a woman who would expand that? That's my question.
So if it's going back to the abortion issue, which obviously we disagree upon, and you move the goalpost, as I said, millions of people died of COVID. And I think in part because of Donald Trump's lack of leadership during COVID. And your response to that was, well, more people would have died in the future from abortions. And you used the term murder. I fundamentally disagree with you on that issue. We've established that, Andrew. I disagree. I don't think abortion is murder. You do. And I don't
Can you
care.
just steel man my position so I know you know it? What is my position here?
Okay,
What's the question I actually asked you?
Okay, you think abortion is murder, clearly. And when you say that Kamala and Donald Trump stopped the killings of unborn babies, you're trying to ask me the question, from my perspective,
yes.
Why should I have voted for Kamala Harris? My view.
Right.
I completely disagree with your view, and here's why.
You could disagree with the view. That's fine. Yes, you could disagree. But from the person who believes that's their worldview, why would they vote for someone? You would have to have a reason that trumps that would be greater. Well, here's why. Because Kamala Harris would have saved even more children's lives in this manner. Or Trump will kill even more children. Or Trump will kill so many more people of all ages that it would outweigh the less number of children that would be killed. Do you see? This is what's called evaluating impacts. This is the biggest impact to me. Given that, why would I vote for someone who's triggering that impact? They'd have to say, well, here's why, because here's a bigger impact in your framework. Instead, he's saying, I disagree with that impact. What he should say is, you're right. If you're correct about that, then yes, you would vote for Trump. But here's why you're wrong. That's what he should do.
Okay. Why?
I don't believe.
Oh, you don't believe?
Well, that's what this conversation is about, Andrew. We're not.
Well, I do believe, Brian. So where does that get us? I do believe,
Andrew,
and you don't believe.
Andrew, calm down for a moment. These are my.
Look, he's there. Thank you. I'm glad you came back, and I do want to apologize. I really do want to apologize for it being set to sub only. If you don't want to call in, that's fine. But I would welcome to have you call in. Be easy. You don't even need a camera. All you need is a microphone. I'd give you the StreamYard link, which clearly you've used StreamYard. I think that's probably what you use for this debate here. I could call in on your show at some point. That's fine as well. But if you're here right now and we're talking about the issue, I don't see why you wouldn't call in if you have disagreements with what I'm suggesting. I'm not accusing you of running away, just to be clear. I just think that if you're available right now, I don't understand why you wouldn't call in. I'll put the StreamYard link out. It's just so the link is right there. You just click that link and then it'll take you to StreamYard. And well, I don't have to pin it, but let me know if you got the link. Yeah, I guess call in would be a like a colloquial term for, it's not necessarily a phone number. It's literally just click the link. If you would like to call in on a phone, I suppose I could go register a Google Voice number and we could try it that way. But as you know, the quality of the call would be poor, and it's probably less of a, probably more of a disadvantage for you. Yeah, okay, I'll send the link again. But we'll pause and we'll see if Brian wants to call in. That's fine. We could stop the review. No problem. And we'll just roughly talk about whatever he wants to talk about regarding this debate and topic. It's no trouble. No, I respect that he's willing to call on. So I'm not going to fucking insult him in any way of that front. Takes a lot to call in, to be watching someone's show and call in. Totally respect that. So you won't hear me like making any insults on that number. Now, if I may disagree with his positions vehemently, but in fact, you can call the chat more, and that's fine. The chat could argue with them. You guys could have your own battles. I don't mind. Okay, PTL, I'm going to send the link again. Right now, here's the link. Here it is. If you're watching on YouTube, here's the link. I'll share the screen to show you. See right there, the yellow one? That's the link. Right there. Unforced Ego's putting the link up there. I put the link. I'll put the link again. There it is. There's the link, the yellow one. So you might have to scroll up. So when you see it says in the chat, Normal America with Rob Noerr. See, it's right there. My name should be in yellow. Well, I actually don't know if on your channel it'll be in yellow. That I don't know. Well, I could pin it, but that might even be more complicated. Sure, I could pin the link. I could do that. But sometimes people have trouble with that as well. All right, I think we're good. So, hello, Brian. Thank you so much for calling in, man. Nope, I can't hear you. Maybe you have the wrong mic set up. It doesn't look like you're muted, so. I still can't hear you. I do appreciate you calling in, though. If this doesn't work, I could try to get a Google Voice number, but it should work. So you're not muted. I could see that. It's just you might have the wrong microphone set up on. If you click now, you're muted. I see that. Maybe you bump. Sometimes you could bump your microphone and it turns off. No. If you click, there should be a settings button that you'll see at the bottom. Under there, click audio, and then it'll go with mic. And when you select your mic, it'll be able to show you there if the little dots will show you if it's running or not. Just let me know if you get it going. Otherwise, let's see. All right. You keep working on that. I'll work on something here real quick as a backup if you like. All right. Okay. If you can't get that working, let's try this. Brian, here is the Google Voice number you could call. No, I'm probably going to have trouble with where's the settings? All right. All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There we go. Now we're working.
There we go.
All right. Nice. All right. So I think we don't have to get, I don't debate very much like philosophically or anything like that, but I guess just one little precursor and then we could take it any direction you want. Do you acknowledge, did you agree that the topic beforehand was, is it ethical to support Donald Trump?
No, that wasn't what I talked about with Jake. What I talked about with Jake was Donald Trump's behavior and his lack of ethics.
Okay.
That was, and I'm pissed off about that actually, because I debate people all the time. I debated Caroline Leavitt a few months ago. I had Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on my show. I'll debate anybody. But what I didn't like, first of all, Jake promised me that it would be on my stream and my platform as well. And then all of a sudden, 5 minutes before we did my show, because I'm on 12 to 2 live. It was,
Okay.
I'm on my show as well. And all of a sudden, 5 minutes before, we had issues with that, and they didn't click on my link, but I clicked on their link. So I'm already pissed off at that because I have a following also, and people.
And let me just say, I can't speak to any of that. I obviously can't.
Well,
I just wondered because
I'm watching.
Sure. I'm watching the video title, and I'm granting you, I'm watching it from Jake's stream. So obviously, the way he titled the video.
And another thing, you know, Jake titles me as a liberal, and there's nothing wrong with being a liberal.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never been a liberal. I didn't vote for Obama. I didn't vote for Hillary. I voted for a lot of Republicans in my life. I'm very anti-Donald Trump. I lean to the left on social issues. So, you know, I just that kind of rubbed me the wrong way, and it frustrated me that, you know, I'm giving my opinions on why I didn't vote for Donald Trump. Okay. I'm sure Andrew disagrees with me, and that's fine. I wanted to get in that conversation. It was a 90-minute debate on abortion. Every single time I brought up things that I don't like about Donald Trump, he resorted to, well, it's not worse than 600,000 kids being murdered. Okay, I get it. He's anti-abortion. I'm, you know, pro-choice.
Okay, so
But-
I just the last thing I have to say on that, and then I promise we can take a. Would you just? I understand in your perspective, you don't think that was the topic, but just to answer that question, even though you think Trump's not ethical, do you think someone could be ethical in supporting Trump?
I think there's a lot of people that could be fairly ethical people that are ill-informed. You know, I think there's plenty of people out there that could live good lives and be ethical people, but maybe complicit. So yeah, I guess the answer is yes. Here's the people that I have problems with are the people that think that Donald Trump is the next Messiah, that he's a good father, that he's a good husband, that he cares about the American people, that he's America first. If you could admit that Donald Trump is not a good guy and he's done a lot of bad things, but I like some of his policies, and these are the policies I didn't like under Kamala Harris, then I can have a conversation with you about that. When Andrew Wilson talks about his Christianity, but yet tells women to lick snizz and calls them dykes, and is and by
Now,
the way,
careful! I'm on
that.
YouTube, so be careful with what words.
Okay, well,
just,
you can say that on YouTube. You can say that.
Okay.
I'm pretty
Okay.
familiar with YouTube. When he says things like that to people, when he's married to a woman who has 3 baby daddies, then he is a hypocrite.
Wait. Now that I'll take comfort. What does that have shit to do with anything?
So I'll tell you what it has to do with. He preaches about his specific religion. His specific religion is against what his wife has done. So
In what way?
if you're going to preach what he preaches with his religion,
But in what way?
then
That's what I'm asking. In
What's
what
that?
way is it? In what way is his specific religion against what his wife has done? What do you mean?
My understanding is, based on his religion, from what I've read, is that you shouldn't be having kids with more than one man. That is based on the teachings of his religion. That's my understanding.
What
And by
is
the way,
his religion?
The reason why Roman Catholic, right? I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he's Orthodox.
Orthodox. Okay. So what I read out, and by the way, the reason why he got so upset when that woman brought that up is because it is against what he preaches. That's my understanding. And the way he erupted at her, I thought, said a lot about him. I believe Andrew is a fake Christian. And the reason why I said that is because if you preach Jesus, whatever religion you are in, and you support and don't have a problem with Donald Trump insulting women, insulting POWs, you don't call that stuff out, and you have no problem with it, which clearly Andrew has stated, then I think you're fake, because you couldn't name me one policy that Donald Trump has implemented that's part of Jesus's teaching. So I don't like to get into the religious conversation because I'm not a very religious person myself. I'm also not an atheist. I do believe that there is a higher power, but I don't let that affect the way I vote, and I don't abide by a Bible or a book or a religion to tell me what I should or shouldn't do. And the entire debate, if that's what you would like to call it, was about Andrew's take on abortion. I mean, every single time I brought up something Donald Trump has done, he would retort by saying, well, it's not worse than 600,000 babies being killed. Now, if that's his definition of what abortion is, that's fine. I disagree with him, but that was the entire conversation. That's not what I was there to do. And it was, you know, not really much of a debate.
Now, listen, I was more than happy to, but I have to say this, like, I'm going to be as generous as possible here. Like, the reason that Andrew Wilson got a little upset, I won't even say upset, the reason he got a little hostile when someone brought up his wife is because he's a husband and that's his wife. I would do the same if someone brings up my wife. And
Okay, I
furthermore,
understand that. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
I mean, are
but
you
here's-
married?
No, but here's an example of.
But if you were, you could understand why you would get defensive about your wife, correct?
But I wouldn't tell somebody to lick schniz. I think that's very immature, and it's third grade insults. And I think it speaks to his volume. He has to smoke cigarettes when he does interviews. The way he talks down to people. And by the way, I think it's very insecure when in the middle of a debate or towards the end of it, he says, "I won, Brian. I won." That's, to me, that's like insecure stuff that he always has to prove that he won a debate. Or I just don't talk like that. I have debates with people all the time, people that are far smarter than Andrew, and it went much better than what happened today. Now, he had asked, "Hey, let's have another debate. Let's talk about policy." Okay, fine. At the end of the interview, he said, "I told my girlfriend to kill herself." Now, not only is that not true, but it's like, why would you even say something like that? That's the way you're going to insult me? I've never spoken to anybody like that in my life. And all I simply said was, you talk about how you're such a religious person and a Christian. Even if someone did attack your wife or a member of your family, your response is to attack somebody for being gay. That's what he did. He called her a dyke. And, I just, that's nonsense. Okay. Listen, I've got into it with Myron Gaines and I've got into it with people on the right, and it's gone into personal insults. And listen, I don't mind doing that, but that's not why I did this debate with Andrew. I thought we could have some substance. When at the end of an interview, you say that I threatened to, or I told a girlfriend to commit suicide. Not only is that not true, it's repulsive. And for him to even make a claim like that is extremely immature on his part. And I was surprised, actually.
Well, maybe that's the case. Did you? I didn't finish the debate. Obviously, you see me reviewing it in real time.
It was at
here
the end.
now.
It was at the end.
Did you bring up his wife?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
And I told him at the beginning of the interview, I'm not interested in talking about
I did hear
family.
that. In fairness, I heard you say that. Nonetheless, right, like, I'll just say it about all of this, like, if you'd have brought up his wife, I would have taken a different tact right now. But I'm not. I'm willing to move on from that. I will say that.
No interest.
Okay, so like we don't have a moderator, so I'm fine having this. We got to have a little of a back and forth though. So let me just say this: the idea generally of someone themselves being a hypocrite or being, in this case, from the concept of a Christian, a sinner. Yes, a Christian would believe that all of us are sinners. And so it's fair for you to say, Andrew, I believe some of the things you're doing would qualify as sins. That's fair. You could bring that up. But it's also true that all Christians ever, with the exception of Christ, though I don't know that you would call him a Christian, I guess it would be a theological interpretation there, have sinned, right? And so like the idea like even that you would bring up his wife in the context here where you're like, well, she did something that's against their religion. So don't you think that every Christian, even real quick,
I don't care.
Well, I'll get two things though, real quick. You brought it up to me, so clearly you care at some point, and you weren't even correct about what his religion is. But even if you were correct, the idea that she may have done something that's considered a sin, what's the relevance? I don't know why you would bring it up to me.
I brought that up to you because I was talking about the snitch comment and how he erupted and why I brought that up to begin with. I'll be honest with you. I don't care how many men she slept with. I don't care what his family has done. I'm only interested in having a conversation with him. That was not a debate. Now, listen, here's the bottom line. If you're a fan of Andrew Wilson or you're a big Trump supporter, you're going to say that he destroyed me. I dealt with the same stuff with Tim Pool. And then when you have moderates or people that are on my side, they'll say, oh, you owned him. Listen, I've talked to Tim Pool's producers. I've talked to people behind the scenes. They don't care what people say. I don't really care what people say.
That's fair. You don't have to. You don't have to care.
Here's the bottom line. I wasn't there to try to win somebody over. I was there to state my opinions. I don't like Andrew. I think he's a phony person. And I've heard some things about.
Listen. If you want to talk about this stuff, he just called into the show himself. Do you want to talk to him? I won't bring him up if you have a problem with it.
You can bring him up. I certainly didn't appreciate at the end of the show him making a claim about me that was completely false, and saying that I what did he say? I told somebody to commit suicide. That's an awful thing to say. Not only is it not true, but it's really an awful thing to say.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Thing was call him a moron. think the worst thing I did was call him a moron. I mean, you know,
No,
and by the way,
well,
I don't
hang
care if
on,
people call me names either. But
Brian. The thing is like you started that shit, dude. Come on.
well, how did I start?
Can you at
What
least
did I say?
admit? Well, you started to dive in. Well, the first thing is that you claimed that I called this woman a whore, and so I brought up that was false. And then near the end, you were talking about an out of context clip, which has been shown all over the internet, which was out of context. Where
You
this
called
hang
that
on,
woman-
hang on. Let me finish, bro. Hang on. I'll give you a chance. I promise. Okay. The thing is that woman was making false claims, right? She was attacking. She was trying to do a Hail Mary because she had been destroyed in a debate. Okay. And so she did a Hail Mary. And then what happened is they diced that clip up, right? That's what they did. They diced it all up, sent it out, right? In order to have a Zerg on me. You, right? When you attempt to go personal with me, then I'll do the same thing. But I don't like doing that, bro. I'd have a debate with you the entire time and never bring up anything about that stuff. But
Andrew,
you can't do that first and then cry foul.
Okay, so Andrew, whether you think it was out of context or not, you did not react in a way that an adult would react. You could have said, hey, what you're saying about me is not true, and here's why. Instead, you proceeded to call her a dyke. You said she licked schniz. By the way, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, whether you're straight or gay. So that's really a weird insult. You should try it sometime, Andrew. And number three, I'm sure your wife would like it. Number three, when you say something that is blatant.
See what I mean? Yeah, like, hang on. Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean by trying immediately to first?
Andrew,
Okay.
Yeah.
Andrew.
Andrew, leave him finish, but you're going to go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
Andrew,
Yeah, see what I mean?
that was a joke. That was meant for levity. I'm sure you've done it before, and I'm sure you have a great your wife. And by the way, I don't care about your sex life. It was a joke. Okay, calm down.
Okay.
Number three.
Yeah, I know.
This is something that's
fine
not
for you to
joke,
do that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know people that have committed suicide. Last year,
yeah, so do I.
Somebody that I went to high school with, who I was very close with, committed suicide. So I'm very
well. It
sensitive to that.
sounds to me like you just have a double standard that you just saying rules for me.
Andrew.
Well, hang on,
Andrew.
Brian. I just listened to what you said. Can you?
No, you gave
respond?
me 8 seconds. I made a joke. You got offended. You interrupted me, and you gave me 8 seconds to respond. No, you didn't.
Andrew, leave him. Hey, Brian.
No, I thought I did.
Wrap up, Brian. Like 30 seconds. Wrap up, and then we'll give Andrew
20 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, that's 8 seconds longer than Donald Trump lasted with Stormy Daniels, Andrew. That's another joke, by the way. I never have ever told anybody to commit suicide. I take that very personally. Now, if you think I took something out of context with the schniz comment, okay, fine, we can talk about that. But I would never lie and say something like that about you. It was inappropriate, it was wrong, and you should admit that you were wrong in doing so.
I'll tell you what. If you want to act like adults, let's act like adults. How about this? How about you apologize and I'll apologize? How's that?
And just so I'm aware, because what do you want me to apologize for again?
Well, because you, near the end of that debate, you started to try to dig into things out of the context of the debate to attack me with it.
Can I ask you about that? You did tell her to lick schniz. Did I misquote you?
Let's just say I was guilty of everything. What did that have to do with the debate?
Okay, I'll answer that. You're a man of Christ. You're a religious man. That doesn't mean that you're perfect. I understand that. But I don't believe, without getting into a deep dive into religion, that anybody would say that a Christian talk to a woman that way, regardless of the way. You should be the bigger man, regardless of what. Now, I agree. But
what does that have to do with the debate? But what does that have to do with the debate? The debate's not whether or not Andrew Wilson, if Andrew Wilson is a good Christian or not.
Okay. Well, almost the whole debate was about your beliefs, Christianity, and why you're against abortion and all these other things. So that's not being a good Christian. I'm not a religious person, but when you attack a woman for being gay, which is exactly what you did, you called her a dyke, which I think is beneath you to do that. I don't think you acted appropriately. Now, I didn't take anything out of context. I'm quoting you. That's what you said.
Well, wait a second. Hang on. This was only brought up as an attack on me. That's it.
Well,
it's the only reason you brought it up.
It was brought
because you were trying to say that. Yeah, exactly. Because you're trying to say I'm a fake Christian. How's that not going personal, Brian?
So the whole conversation is about our personal beliefs. And
yeah, but what you're doing by saying that I'm a fake Christian, it's the most personalized thing you can do. And then you're trying to use this as an example. It's a personal attack, dude. So when you get personal, I get personal back. But here's the thing. I didn't do that the entire debate until you did. So I'll tell you what, if you apologize for that, I'll apologize back. We can put it behind us. Doesn't that seem fair?
But by the way, when the debate started, I said I did not want the debate to go that way. That was not my objective. So
well, I don't know why you did that, Ben. I didn't do it to you. You did it to me.
I think part of it was a little bit of frustration because I think there was some miscommunication, not with you, but with your moderators. See, Andrew, this is why I don't like having moderators in a third person. It should have been a direct conversation before you and I debated. And that's why I asked for your phone number so I could have a conversation with you so that next time if we do this, that doesn't happen anymore. There's no miscommunication. We know exactly
what we'll do. I'll tell you what we can do next time.
Does that make
sense?
Yes,
it does. I still want to have a moderator, but the three of us can discuss what the topic will be before we actually do the debate. That seems fair.
Can I ask you respectfully, why do you need a moderator? I mean, I've been doing this for 20 years. I've never had moderators.
Well, that's because you mute people and scream at them.
No, you're wrong. I see, again, this is what gets me upset.
No, Brian, I'll send you the clip. I can send you the clip.
Andrew, I need you to listen. I do this with callers. There is a big difference between a caller who calls into my show and a guest.
Yeah.
When you're on my show, I've had everybody. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Caroline Levitt, Vivek Ramaswamy. You've had big guests as well. I never have muted them. The only times I mute people or pod people down are people that call into my show that are not invited guests. And if they say something stupid, yes, I'll pod them down.
The only reason a person wouldn't want a moderator is because they're afraid that they're going to have to follow some rules of decorum of debate.
Okay.
That's the only reason a person wouldn't want one.
If I can, real quick, if I could try to maybe bridge the gap here.
Hang on. Real quick before you do, Rob, I just want to know, because this is again moving to somewhere else. You were trying to make this personalized about me first, right? And then I fired back. We've now agreed that that's true. Why not just give me an apology? I'll do the same thing. We put it behind us.
Okay. I apologize if you feel like I was getting personal with you. That was not my objective, and hopefully that wasn't yours either. And then we can leave it at that.
Then I apologize that you felt that way as well.
Okay. Just so you know, for the record, though, a lot of people say things on social media about you that are not true. It gets larger as mine does. A lot of people say things about me. I don't really pay attention to it because I don't want to give them any clout because I don't care.
Yeah, I understand.
I care about what
I understand, and we never ever even have to discuss it again, Brian. As long as you don't try to make personal attacks, I won't either. I'm there for the ideas.
No. Yeah, I want to have a debate where, going into this debate, my idea of what we were going to talk about was apparently very different than what Jake thought we were going to talk about.
How about this for a compromise? If the problem with the moderator, because I think you would agree with this, Jake was a fair moderator other than the confusion about the topic. So in order to give Andrew what he wants, which is a moderator just to make sure both sides are getting sort of not talking over each other, what if you said that you two will set up exactly word for word what will be said? You will have input on what the title would be and everything like that before the debate, and the moderator will just be there, have no connection whatsoever to what the topic of the debate is, just to make sure that people aren't talking. Would that be fair?
Totally fair. Yeah, totally
probably
fair.
I mean, I'm part of the Unfuck America tour. I know you're debating Myron. I just debated him in DC a few weeks ago, and I know Adam Mockler is going to be there in Destiny. I will be there in Phoenix, but we don't have to do it in person. We can do it. The only issue that I had today, and that's not your fault, but I wasn't able to go on my platforms live, which sucks.
We'll make sure that you can. Yeah, we'll make sure you can do that too.
That'd be great. And obviously, I'm also Andrew, and you didn't know this. It's not your fault. But I'm live on the radio also. I'm on an FM AM station, and there were a lot of swears. So
that won't happen again. That won't happen again either.
Yeah, and then I'm happy to do it again. I want it to be personal. I just want to have. I mean, I would like to have a debate on why I believe Donald Trump is bad for the country, and then you could give me your retort on why you think he was the best.
Now see, I'm fine with that. We can lock that in right now.
Andrew, I thought that's what we were going to do today. That's the truth.
You're going to build. You're going to build a case for why you think Donald Trump is bad and his policies are bad for the country, and I'll build a case for why I think his policies are good for the country.
Yeah, and I think that would be a good conversation, and I'm happy to do that.
So that's a different debate than discussing the ethical purview. That's where I'm building a case for why Christians with Christian ethics should support Trump, right?
I understand that. I mean, I'm not a religious person, and that's why I don't really like, getting into the whole religious, I don't. What I was trying to convey today is that, I was brought up a certain way by my family, and I guess that's my system. I'm not a very religious person.
I understand.
I don't live my life based on, a book. And by the way, I don't mind anybody that is religious. You do you, I do me. I don't attack people for being religious people. I attack people for trying to push their values on me. I don't like that. You should believe in this. You should believe in that. That's why I'm not a big fan of religion. But
I think the non-religious do the same. They push a value. They push a value structure too. And so the thing is,
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is we have voting blocks, and so in order to consolidate power for voting, we get together with these blocks and we push our agenda, because that's unfortunately how it works. But that aside, I'm totally happy to do that debate, and then we could just put this behind us.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. That's cool.
Okay. All right.
It was, let's just call it a misunderstanding with Jake, and we can, even though I think there were a few funny moments. And that's another thing, by the way, that I tried to convey to you at the beginning of the conversation, the whole Piers Morgan thing. I put up that tweet as a joke. Do I really think that you left the show because you didn't want to debate me? No, of course not. I was poking the bear and making a joke, and that's why.
Yeah, well, Brian, listen. Yeah. Look at it from my perspective. I'm a very large content creator, and very well known content creator, and so people have lied about me for years. I've lied about all kinds of things for years, and so I have no way of delineating in a friend-enemy distinction if somebody's joking or not via text.
Yeah.
Right. There's no way for me to determine that.
Well, I was, just so you know. And then when you responded, I was laughing at your response because I thought it was kind of funny. And then I said, okay, let's just go with this because he's obviously pissed. And sometimes I poke the bear a little bit, but I'm sure we'll.
Yeah, I get it. That's
Piers Morgan.
That's fine. Like that doesn't upset me. I'm not not upset by that. You took a shot. I took a shot back. I think mine was funnier, but the point is just it's just this.
I laughed at it.
Yeah, it's just this, man. It's just like, look, I'm willing to engage in issues only debate. I'm happy to do that. I usually never go after a person unless they go after me, and then of course, then it becomes a boxing match. But sometimes debates get like that. So I'm just going to say this, right? It's water under the bridge. Right? No trouble for me on that front if I have no trouble for you on that front. And if you want to have a policy prescription debate where we're both building our case for why Donald Trump policy bad, Donald Trump policy good, happy to revisit that and do that debate soon.
Okay.
Might I suggest you guys meet before to make sure the tech issues worked out, because sometimes it can be difficult to figure out how to
So here's my issue
beforehand to do that.
Here's my issue, just so you know, Andrew. I make my money on social media. I don't have as large of a following as you have, but I have. Like yesterday, I think I had 1 million views on all my social media platforms. However, I work in a studio that has some very old equipment. And I don't make my money being live on listen, radio is a dying breed. I think you know that.
Yeah. It's dead.
So I'm using equipment that is very fucking old. And
what my suggestion is just this, that you bring the moderator on your show with me.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about that. Listen, I'm open to any suggestions that might work. So
that would take care of that problem.
Yeah.
Moderator will be there with you. It's not going to affect me one way or the other. I can stream and hop between whatever I want. So.
Right. Whatever. Maybe we could have a 3-way conversation, and whatever works would be great. We just can't swear, obviously. I mean, I'm working on, getting my own podcast studio, but right now this is what I got. So
I understand.
But I'm not, listen, I I'm happy to debate anybody. I think you're that same person, and I like debating people I disagree with. I mean, I did 2 hours with Tim Pool a few weeks ago, so I mean, there's too many people on the left that are afraid to have these conversations. There's too many people on the right. I think it goes both ways, and I'm certainly not one of those people. I also don't consider myself a professional debater. I do a talk show, and I enjoy, having debates with people, but I'm not really concerned with, I won the debate, you lost the debate, I owned you. I'm not really one of those people that does that. I just like having conversations with people that I disagree with. I don't like having people on that I agree with. I think that's boring. I think it's boring.
Yeah, I agree. Well, look, I think we got it all settled. I'm going to get out of Rob's hair so that you guys can continue your discussion. Okay. But nice talking to you.
Yeah, my phone's on 4%. All right, take it.
All right, have a good night.
Yeah. All right, man.
If you're going to be at AmFest, I would love to debate you at AmFest on a similar issue. I don't know.
I have it. Then maybe we can work something out, because I'll be honest with you. I'm supposed to be on the stage before Destiny, Myron Gaines, Adam Mockler, who's a friend of mine, and Andrew. And they have asked me to find somebody on the right to kind of open it up and have a debate discussion with that has a platform. Yes, I am going to be in Phoenix. I'm going to be doing some stuff with Parker. I'm going to be out there for several days. I think I'm doing, Tim Pool was actually disinvited to AmFest, which is absurd. That's a whole nother story. But I'm doing Tim Pool's show here in Vegas. He's doing the show, and then I'm going out to AmFest, I think Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So the best way to contact me would be to email me. If you watch my show, you'll see it's Brian Shapiro at kshp.com. And then we can maybe discuss that. But
yeah, Brian Shapiro at what was it again? I'm so sorry.
That's okay. kshp.com. And we can maybe. How many subs do you have on YouTube, by the way?
I don't have a lot, but you can see my live streams right now, because I do all my shit live streams. So I have 614 people watching live right now. But I am in the top 10 to 15 most super chatted channel in the country.
That's good.
I just started streaming. I just started streaming full time about 6 months ago. So my job was I did home health care with adults with disability, like autism and stuff like that. So I just started doing this full time. In addition to, but other things that maybe would entice them is I did run for Congress here in Pennsylvania. And I also had a radio show myself here in Pennsylvania for a year or so.
Okay, cool. I just started doing YouTube and TikTok and all that stuff about a year and a half ago. I think I have like 155,000 on YouTube. I just started Facebook, which is wild. I just started Facebook, like posting stuff 3 weeks ago. I think I got like 21,000 on there. So I got some good people that edit my videos. But listen, I've been doing dinosaur radio for like 22 years. So this is all the last 2 years. It's kind of, I've been trying to get out
radio's mode. It's very different. I did radio. It's not only a different audience, but what's expected of you is different.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's a very different. It's more. It's constrained more because you have advertisers and breaks and stuff. But it also sometimes that can be beneficial because it helps keep you sort of on track. Yeah. I'm so sorry to ask one last time. Brian Shapiro at kshp.com and HP.com. So now all of your viewers can email me and call me a libtard. And I hope you didn't give something out that was private. That's fine. I hope none of them do that. Now I will say, so I'll reach out. I think I know one of the people that's putting on AmFest as well. So I'll reach out and we'll see if we could get something worked out. So we're not going to have a discussion tonight. That would be stupid if we maybe
no. Let's do it another time. Yeah.
Yes. So that is absolutely fine. I am very happy that you called in, though. I am, and I do apologize. I got put to sub-only mode there. It was not intentional or anything like that. There were a couple people spamming bad words in the chat, So
no worries, man. I'm a very. I'd like to think of myself as a reasonable guy, and I'm glad Andrew. We had a chance to talk for a few minutes. Got a little bit personal today. He's right, and I was frustrated. I was frustrated not because people will say, "Well, Brian, you were frustrated because you debate." No, I was frustrated because we weren't debating the topics that I thought we were going to be debating. And I think Andrew understands that now. I don't think maybe he understood it when we were talking about it. But that's why I don't like moderators. But anyway, that's another story.
Let me suggest, just to put in a good word, I think Jake's a good moderator. If there was confusion about the topic, I didn't
have a problem with him moderating at all.
Okay.
I thought he did fine with that. That's
so
not
if
my
he
issue.
does it again and has no input whatsoever, it's just literally you and Andrew contacting.
No, he interjected like twice in 2 hours. I have no problem with him at all.
Good. I think he's good. Yeah.
No, I don't have a problem with what he did. People were like, don't have Jake moderate because he's on Andrew Wilson's side. Well, obviously he is, but I still didn't think he was like horrible at what. No, he didn't. Good. He hardly entered. That's not my issue. I just want to make sure we're debating, like we talked about earlier, the right topics. And I'm man. I'll debate anybody. I'm not that person that's afraid to go into someone else's, the lion's den. And I've debated Enrique Tarrio. I mean, there are people way extreme that I've had conversations with, and I think that's why Piers Morgan likes having me on, because he knows I'll debate anybody. And Andrew will too, which I do appreciate. I look forward to debating him again, and hopefully it'll be a little bit more productive, and we won't have to talk about schniz or suicide or that. I mean, I'll be honest, when I saw that video, I laughed. I actually thought it was funny. And I was, giving Andrew a little bit of a hard time. Sometimes I poke the bear a little bit, but it's all good, brother. My phone's on 1%.
I will let you out of here. Hey, regardless if I disagree with your political worldview and all that stuff, I do respect people that are willing to debate. So thank you for that. And hopefully we'll talk soon and get a chance to do the debate. So
sounds good, brother. All right.
Yep.
You got it. Have a good night.
Yep. You too. So, all right. Its phone's about to die, so we'll get him out of here. Now, I will read all of the super chats that came in. So continue to send in those super chats. The goal was to try to get to at least 200% of the goal tonight, so I would appreciate it. Look at that. Went from reviewing a debate to having both of the debaters impromptu call in. I'll be honest, I was chomping at the bit to actually have a little bit of a debate myself, but obviously, if we're going to save it for a different time, and Andrew's saving it for a different time, that's good. What's up, Andrew? How you doing, man?
Well, I wanted to thank you for letting me interrupt your stream there briefly.
Please, anytime. It actually worked out quite well that he called in, and then I was happy to see you called in. The only difficult part would if he'd have been like, "No, I'm still really mad and don't want to talk to Andrew." Then I would have probably been like, "Okay," but I was happy that he didn't have a problem with it, and I think it ended up being productive, and it's going to be best for the audience that it's going to lead to another debate, and hopefully both sides are happy with that. So,
I think you two should debate at AmFest. What I would do is, and I'll send a DM tonight to Uncensored America and say, hey, this guy's on the Unfuck America tour. You know what I mean? Robnoerr would like to debate him on the Trump political issues, and I'm sure that we can get that together. You guys are fairly evenly yoked in size, I think, as content creators. So.
Yes. And if they want him to have someone to talk to anyways, I think it'll work out well. And we'll just set it up. I'll hash out the topic with him, but just something like who would have been better, Trump or Kamala? I think that's political normative issues that he would be happy at talking about. So I think that'll work well. So
yeah.
When is that, by the way? Is that this week?
No. That's
I thought you said it was Thursday. Yeah.
I thought it was late. Isn't it late December?
Okay. That's fine.
Let me check. Hang on a second.
Oh, and then I'll get to go hang out with Jake and Andrew and company. Wow. But yeah, I think that would be wonderful. Plus, it's nice that I shoehorned myself into this. Isn't that nice? I'll take it.
Yeah, AmFest starts the 18th.
Okay. December 18th.
And I think I'm only there for one day. I don't remember which day it is. It's the 18th through the 21st. I think we're doing the debate on the 21st.
Well, hopefully that's when they want me, because they said that he was going to be on stage directly before you guys. So hopefully it's the same day. That would work out nicely for me. So,
yeah, I agree. If it's not, then I always come in the night before anyway, and I expect you to follow Crucible tradition and do the debate hungover.
Yes, of course. It wouldn't be fair to my opponent if I had all my wits about me. So you got to be hungover. But I thought you did. Obviously, I didn't make it that far into this debate, and you guys are going to redo it. So I'll keep my thoughts, the rest of it, to myself. But I'll just say, people get so frustrated when they agree to take topics with you in your wheelhouse that has to do with morality or ethics. And over and over again, I see that they're like bewildered, but it's not like some bullshit trick on your part. It is actually part and parcel to the discussion. If you're discussing whether or not something is ethical, you have to say what ethics are and where your ethics come from. And I think I understand why I was talking when I moderated you debating Dave Smith got frustrated with this, but it's not some bullshit strategy of yours. It's like, literally, we need to know what your ethical foundation is going forward, or else how can I say, actually, I think this runs afoul of your ethics? If you're just going to say, well, it's based on what I decide.
I also gave him a positive argument. I was like, look, my argument's, it's very basic and rudimentary, so it's easily understood. And from my viewpoint, you would have to do something which would negate this argument, that would compel me to vote for an oppositional candidate. So I made the positive claim, the positive case, and then it was just asking what his ethical view was, and I was expecting a positive case back. That's all.
Right. And by the way, if you're listening and you're like, oh, this sounds tricky and I'm a secularist and I don't know what to do, you could hypothetically say, fine, Andrew, I'll just, for the sake of argument, concede your worldview. I'll concede that from a Christian ethicist point of view, you should still reject Trump. That's a possibility.
And that would have been, and then he could have laid out an argument, which I would have been fine with. So the thing is like, it's not just that it's not trickery, it's the opposite. It's clarity. The whole point is clarity, so that we can get to the actual issues that we're debating here. So I build my debates and arguments around what the debate topic is going to be, because that's how debates work.
Right, because think of it, and this is like, for the audience, if you're wondering, this is the clearest I could put it. Yes, you might be persuaded by the argument of, well, we all know murder is bad. Fine, I won't even argue that, right? But what happens when later we get into the debate, and one of the key arguments, and it would have came up, is deportations. And he's going to say, I find deportations unethical. Based on what? Right? Now you can see that that's more nebulous, right? So what is the principle based on your ethical standard that means deportations are unethical? And I don't know what his answer would be. It would just be like, well, it's cruel. It's my preferences.
Well, right. Well, the thing is like, I think that it's even fine. What I would do is I would say, yeah, sure. My ethics are just based on a preferential, sort of consequential frame or something like this. And I think that all of those consequences would far outweigh, even if I granted abortion, what that would do. And then I think that that's a positive argument that we could go back and forth on. But when you're talking about ethics specifically, you're talking about a specific mode, and so that's a specific mode within a worldview that we're debating. If you want to talk about policy and policy crafting and things like that, that's what Connor wanted to talk about. I'm just as happy to engage in that. So,
I know you're ready for that. But yes, it's just because I know, like, I'm telling you right now, like, if I debate Andrew, I don't want to have the philosophical argument, right? So I'm going to be like, you're right, it's preference based, and I'll totally bite the bullet that it's subjective. And yet I could argue in a normative framework that most of us should say, this is why this person's bad. That's what I'll say. And you could say, yeah, but that's an appeal to a majority or whatever. Yeah, that's true, it is. But isn't that what we're doing with the debate?
Well, maybe your ethics do appeal to the majority, or maybe they're complex. Maybe they're complex ethics, or rule utilitarians, for instance, may appeal to a majority unless you cross a certain threshold, and then it moves into straight. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Or a threshold deontologist may be the same. Ethics are very complex, and I'm happy to dive into the complexity of those debates. I think they're a lot of fun. But the thing is like, if you wanted strictly to discuss policy, like we're just here to discuss policy and policy crafting and which policies are best for the nation and things like that, I think that I'm fine with that debate too. I just did one with Connor on that.
Yeah. And
it was very clear that Connor wasn't there for an ethical debate, but rather was there for a policy prescriptive debate. And, I'm fine with both. So, but anyway, yeah, so that's all. And I didn't think there was any confusion, but okay, whatever. That's not even what I want to talk about. I want to talk about something else. So, do you remember Progressive Victory?
I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you remember that there was basically a two-man war on progressive victory
I
from
do.
one Mr. Robnoerr and Andrew Wilson.
I remember vividly. Yes.
Yeah, same fuckers who are in Unfuck America. Same fuckers who were in progressive victory. And as we're following the money trail back, I think we're going to find out that it's the same architects as well.
That's interesting. Well, all the more reason to go and crush them in these debates.
Well, Rob, the thing is like, I feel like the enemy just put on different uniform.
Uh-huh.
So
I totally agree.
Yeah. So, but what that means though? That means we have to go back to the dedicated days of fighting with this organization.
I remember, I won't give details, but I remember having a conversation, 2 years ago or so with you on the phone about a strategy you had with maybe some in-person stuff we would do with Progressive Victory. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to go back to the old war book. I think I would be happy to be part of that. I really would. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. This is why, just not to take this to a completely different direction, but this is one of the things that frustrates me, especially post-assassination of Charlie Kirk, where it's like, my goodness, now's the time for us to come together and be like, look, we might have disagreements, and it's clear there's people that are too far afoul of what we think to align with, but my goodness, given what the stakes are at this point, things like that gotta be the message. That's gotta be the goal. We have a target. This doesn't mean violence or anything unethical, but we're going to destroy them. We're going to destroy that worldview.
Yeah. The one thing that's interesting though is, I was talking to my wife about this, and she's like, well, are you going to march the crucible off the war against not progressive victory, but, Unfuck America? And the thing is like, I'm reticent to do it. And here's why. And I want to get your take on this, right? I think that, of course, we would do what we do best and fucking just start wrecking these people everywhere they are. But this has been such a clusterfuck, an overwhelming clusterfuck, that leaving them to their own devices has actually been worse than engaging with them.
Yeah. I mean, let me put it this way. Like, one of the poster boys for Progressive Victory was Destiny. One of the things I struggled with, he had blacklisted me, right? And then all of a sudden...
and he's also part of the Unfuck America tour.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of the things that happened was when I was blacklisted, all of a sudden he unblacklisted me to have a conversation about sort of like Russia collusion stuff, which is like my wheelhouse. So I was excited to do it. But then I realized, well, probably the reason that occurred was because he probably wasn't having a lot of fun rehashing topics about his personal life and personal drama. And he knows, at least with me, I could bring that shit up. It's going to be all whatever the debate topic is. And so it's like, in a weird way, I helped him like from this downward spiral that he was on by giving content and giving a target that he could talk about something that everyone on the left could rally behind. Oh, mean man Rob, he's a bad dude. Yes, we're all behind you, Destiny, and arguing against him. So yeah, it is an actual consideration. In fact, I'll go further than that. Not only should we consider whether or not we want to be involved with these people in this, but maybe in all projects we're working in, whether or not we should consider...
Well, the thing is like, if we're going to mobilize the political war machine, we should probably mobilize the political war machine when we need it. You know what I mean? And the thing is that because this is essentially the same organization, just slapped with a new name, and they've now brought in TikTokers who are insanely ineffective in in-person debates and in moderated debates. They're terrible. I think that you could pretty easily not engage and get an even better effect. And that's the problem. You know what I mean? If we leave them to their own devices, so let's see. The Unfuck America tour starts out with Parker going and trying to have this counter Charlie Kirk thing, right? Mm-hmm. That's what he was trying to do. So he shows up. He's going to move into the counter Charlie Kirk endeavor, and the whole thing's a bust. Right? He then makes a Coke video saying, "Hey, I just wrecked Charlie Kirk." He didn't wreck Charlie Kirk, and the initial follow the Charlie Kirk trail completely failed and dissolved. And the reason it completely failed and dissolved was simple. They didn't have the organizational skill. And the second the leftists all started getting together, they started having a pecking order based around who was the most oppressed.
That's exactly right. And you see this all the time with them. I remember, let's go back to Progressive Victory. You remember when they had their like sort of door knocking? So what happened after that? There are allegations that some of the women there felt objectified. And all of a sudden, like they couldn't even keep their shit together during election season. Like to get out and knock on doors and try to get up votes. There had to be drama that came about that. And so it's like sometimes when your enemies sort of attacking each other, you just sit back and say, why do we?
Yeah, why? Yeah, exactly. Why, if your enemy's making a mistake, why get in the way?
Yeah.
Right. And so the thing is if we can mobilize here, but I feel like we should wait on mobilization or mass mobilization to start pushing really hard against these people, because I think that as Trump's presidency goes on, it's going to become a much more fervent push where they start becoming more and more insane inside of their kind of ideological bubbles. Desperation does that to people. And I think that would be the better time, because the Unfuck America tour has been completely ineffective. The only person who can really draw in crowds is Destiny. Then most of them are just coming in there to yell at him, right? So
which is cathartic.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's been particularly effective.
The mass mobilization, let's be honest, it's going to have the most punch from us in the 2028 election. That's where the stakes are going to be the highest. That's when and what's likely to happen is Democrats will win the midterms, but even if not, they're going to get batshit fucking crazy going into that 2028 election, because they know that if they don't stem the tide of sort of right-wing populism at that point, that they're fucked. That a lot of what they're doing, it's going to be too late to recapture a lot of it. So it's going to get crazy.
Well, Trump surprises people often, and Trump may wake up tomorrow and he may really start pushing on some hardline policy. And if he does really start pushing on hardline policy, these people will lose their fucking minds, Rob.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
and
you're
if
right.
They do, yeah, and if they do, I think that's a much better time to start taking on their various agencies and this and that. But right now, these people are a complete and total organizational failure. And it's because none of the personalities actually mesh very well. So, for instance, Parker and Dean and Destiny, they don't mesh well. They're not like at all. They don't mesh well. And these people have a really hard time working with each other. They're not. It's not the same dynamic. It's not like, oh, hey man, you down in the lobby? Why don't you grab some beers and come up and we'll chat? It's not the same dynamic.
That's what's crazy. Like, and again, if people weren't at DebateCon, what you see is like the people that were debating, all of our Crucible people hang around, have beers. They're having fun afterwards because, like or hate our political worldview, we're goddamn fun people. And we're open to be like, hey, put our swords down today, have a couple drinks, see you later. We don't want to be friends with you necessarily, but we could be cordial for one evening. These people would be a nightmare. The other reason that it's not getting, think about what they're trying to do, like this whole, we're going to go into spaces that are adversarial, like Charlie Kirk did. No, the difference is almost every institution's on your side, and in particular, universities are. So when Charlie Kirk's doing it, everybody can see it for what it is. He's going into a space that's almost been untouched by conservatives, and he's winning those meta battles each day. What are you doing if you're a left-winger going to college campuses? You're getting right-wingers that show up that's in a left-wing friendly space anyways, where basically every left-wing space online, on the mainstream media, etc., is still on your side. And so it doesn't have the same punch. And they're not near as talented either organizationally or rhetorically as Charlie Kirk was. So it's failing miserably. And then when you put all that in with they're unlikable and can't mesh with each other, what is there? What's left?
There's not much. And so, I think that Progressive Victory did need to get taken on, and they basically got fucking annihilated. But Unfuck America, I'm not sure needs to be, and it seems like it's a huge resource waste if we can utilize resources against their mobilization later down the road. If Trump starts making hardline policies and they start losing their shit, that's the better time.
Totally agree. Tone, thanks for the comment, by the way. But yes, I totally agree. And now that doesn't mean that you're not going to debate Destiny at AmFest. That's not what you're saying here, but yeah, I know what you mean. Like going full throttle, like our central mission is that we're going to every step of the way crush these people. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that takes a lot of devotion and a lot of time and a lot of mobilization. And I think it needs to be done when it needs to be done, but I don't think we're there. They're just so terrible at this. So, and I'm not talking about anything nefarious, just constantly taking them on everywhere that they're at.
Yes.
They're out canvassing. We're out canvassing right across the street. Wherever they are, we're just kind of a thorn in their side. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
That's been effective for us in the past. I'm just not sure that we even need to waste any of our time or resources on it right now.
I agree. I do agree. But it'll be nice to do a one day only at AmFest. That'll be nice. Just in the context of those debates. You streaming tomorrow?
What is tomorrow? Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Crucible's back Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
So I mean, we'll do the Daily Show.
Yes, you're doing the extravaganza.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do the extravaganza. I couldn't today because the debate went over.
Well, I was shocked that Jake made it because my plan was me and Mystery were just going to fuck with Jake the whole time until he made it over and make fun of his poor time zone management where he fucked an hour out of your day by giving you the wrong time. I was watching.
I got up an hour early for no good reason. But anyway, yeah, thanks for having me on the show. I appreciate it, man. And I hope you have a good night.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Anytime, man. So... Andrew, thanks for coming on. Did fantastic in the portions of the debate I saw. So thanks to Andrew and thanks to Brian for both calling in. Happy to be part of them setting up a future debate for them. And I will be happy to also have that debate. Hopefully we'll set that up where in person in Arizona that I will debate Brian Shapiro. I think it'll go well. In lieu of that, though, we'll probably stop the review of this debate because we'll be giving away the game of potential arguments that I would have in the future and potential discussions that both Brian and Andrew will be having going forward. Now, I will say, just to wrap up what we've already talked about, right? The mistake that Brian's making is sometimes, if I could give one lesson that you could take out of this, that's maybe the most crucial lesson, don't be afraid to concede something or admit that you don't know something in a debate, right? It's okay. Oftentimes what happens is you come off looking worse if you dig your heels in. So many people are constantly thinking like, well, where's this person going with this argument? And so I'm afraid to just give a straightforward answer. And that's a mistake. Like I said, if I'm debating Andrew on this, I may very well just say something like, you're right. My ethics are subjective. It's complicated. They are subjective. I think there are things that we could agree that through any ethical system that we would say has any merit whatsoever, that we accept, like murder is bad and like assault of women's bad. We could all accept with that. But you're right. On some of the fringe stuff, I might have a difficult time saying this is exactly why it's bad. However, what I want to do is talk about the normative positions of Donald Trump and why I think that they would be bad under my system. And I think most people would agree. And I hope to convince people out there that this would be bad under their ethical system. And Andrew, I even think I'll be able to prove that many of these things are bad under your ethical system. So that's what I would like to focus on. But if you don't, right, and if you instead like sort of dig your heels in and you're like, well, I don't understand this, or you ignore it, like, again, it's not that Andrew's bringing up this shit because it's like, this is a clever debate tactic to get circular. No, it's like you just need somewhere to stake the ground so you know where to go, a position to attack going forward. Right? So I could moderate if they want, but I think Jake's a fine moderator. I think Jake did fine. There was just some disagreement on what the topic was. I don't really give a shit who's correct about that. I'm sure Jake probably has receipts suggesting what his point of view was, but it doesn't matter to me. It's all water under the bridge at this point if they're going to debate again, and I would like to see Jake be the moderator again, quite frankly, because I think he does a great job with that. And I think that... it seems that other than confusion about what the topic was, Brian was fine with Jake, and I know Andrew was fine with Jake, so, why mess with a good thing? It seemed to work out fine, so why not let them roll it back and do that again? So, Why be arguing Trump's tariffs as a positive? I like hearing about tariffs. Very interesting. I'm not sure. I guess it'll depend. We're a ways out. I think that there are positive and negative things about Trump's tariffs. So, I've talked about it before, but yeah, we could get into some of the tariffs discussion if I have a debate with him, though. But yeah, a very productive night, I think, in the sense that we did a little debate review. I'm not done. I'm not ending the stream or anything, but we did a debate review, and then we set up one and maybe two debates, one with Andrew and Brian again, and then maybe one with Brian and I in an actual event. And I would be happy to do the AmFest debate. And if you're watching this, Brian, or the people that run AmFest, just know this, right? First, you could ask Destiny. He'll admit that I'm a phenomenal debater. I'm sure he would. And so he's headlining that against Andrew and Myron. So that's number one. Secondly, I think I'm very entertaining, even if you dislike me. So I think it'll be a fantastic decision to invite me there. And besides, it's probably much warmer in Arizona than it'll be here in Pennsylvania on the 21st. Also, I just thought of something. It's completely irrelevant to what's going on here. Now, let's read some more Super Chats. However, we'd appreciate if we get that dono bar up to over 200% tonight. That would be fantastic. I was all ready to debate Brian Shapiro on sort of the normative policies, on some of the things he said. But once I found out that him and Andrew are going to be doing that exact debate, it's like, well, I'll hold my tongue then, because, that's going to be a debate they're going to have. So why do that debate, which sort of, will make that debate superfluous that they would be doing. Oh, wait, I'm so sorry. John Mondragon, member for 6 months, man. Thank you so much. Our good friend Sniper, $5 says, need to go take care of my hero of a mother. Have a good night, Robin, friends. God bless you and your mom, man. And we're praying for you guys. So thank you as always. Captain Planet gives 10 memberships. Thanks so much. The Jabroni Big Time, $5 says, the rest of the debate's the exact same circle. Brian's incredulous, then Spurg's out. Rinse, repeat. Hoss Knuckles, thanks so much, man. $5 says, he can't grasp Andrew's argument like this throughout the entire debate. Hence why I suggested a large alcoholic drink. Well, I just had a large water, but it is large. I'm so happy with this. Now, I have this fucking short thumb, so it's hard for me to palm this. The left hand, it's easier because my thumb's bigger on the left hand. I got this deformed little thumb. But, yeah, I do have me a large water. Psycher Craig, thanks so much, man. $5 says his was how Andrew, not him. Andrew can ethically support him. Andrew explains, but he disagrees. But it's a non sequitur, bad faith. Right. So saying that Trump himself is unethical is different than saying that you are unethical for supporting Trump. Perry Incorporated, $5 says, last one tonight, with all due respect, is just Schrodinger's douchebag again. It means they're about to shit on you and want an out. And we got Gravios, $10 says, I think he's lying about not agreeing about knowing about the debate prompt. And second, he's trying to have a politics debate instead of an ethics debate. Could be. Doesn't matter at this point. Fuel My Fire, $5 says, Brian's one of the worst debaters. Call in now. F it button, $5 says, Rob, send the link. Okay, send the link, but send the link. Rob sends the link. That's above and below this comment. Stop running. Send the link. You sent it and mentioned it 15 times. Well, he called in, so I'm glad it worked out. Fretzy, $5 says, Christ used terms like broods of vipers during a time when that was death sentence talk. Cue the piety singling, dude. Yeah, I think that the tone policing stuff's sort of stupid, and it's not to rehash it. I'm not trying to make it important because what do I give a shit? Brian and Andrew buried the hatchet about it, so I don't give a shit at all. But when he's like, I didn't like the fact that he, called this woman a schnizzlicker or whatever, and then he's like, actually, I thought it was funny. Seems a little, Charlie Lanner, thanks so much, man. $10 says, I find it hard to believe Andrew's argument went over this guy's head. Not making it over that thing. Cool Vic, thanks for the raid earlier and the $20. Says, let's fucking go. Not one step back. Thank you. Captain Planet, $10 says, take my monies. I will. Henry Wingett, $10 says, take my money. W stream. I'm glad you appreciate it. I had a blast. Lucas Japan, $10 says, never seen a pale Ethiopian before today. Nick Machado, thanks for becoming a member. And Lucas again, $10 says, this guy has no excuses when it comes to landing the plane. Bandit, $5 says, I'll give him credit for showing up and apologize for anything out of line. Yeah, I also give him credit for showing up. Mr. Rushing, thanks so much. $5 says, I see Andrew's on and I'm programmed to donate. Thank you. Fisher the Breeze Builder, thanks so much. $2 says, I would love to see Rob versus Brian debate on politics. Hopefully it's going to happen. Affit Button, $5 says, you're too good to talk words and letting people talk words through thing. Something breaks something. Thanks for continuing your old work with the new medium. Thank you. Drunk Batman, 10 memberships. Thank you so much, man. Our good friend Unforced Ego, $22 says, expertly handled. Wrangling on a different level. Those are delicate situations or quick to blow up. Yes, I'm glad that it worked out. Better for, I think, everyone involved and the audience for them to at least amicably agree to do another debate. I think that's good. So all for it. I'm glad that I could have a small part in that. AJC, $10 says, the weather's great here where I live in Phoenix. I bet. Unforced Ego, thanks so much. Says, excellent show tonight, by the way. Thank you. And then AJC again, $5 says, I said it earlier, but in the debate, Brian said, God forbid, right after saying he doesn't believe in religion, which is crazy to me. Yeah, it's sort of weird how people just colloquially use those terms without thinking about it. And Intel's Wilds, $5 says, I'm trying to pay credit card bills down. You might not see me here donating much in the next 2-3 months, but I'm still down, brother. Thanks, Intel Wilds. And yeah, no problem. Obviously, everybody taking care of their own situation, financial needs first is most important. So I never, ever feel the need to apologize if you're not donating, please. Otis Driftwood, $5 on Rumble says, why is this ugly woman talking to men? Go eat a cake, woman. Thanks so much, Otis. He said he believed in a higher power, so he's a Gnostic or a deist. Oh, okay. Now, goal tonight is we're trying to get to the 200% of the goal. Now, to be clear, the substantive portion of the stream tonight is over. We're just going to have a little fun here for the rest of the night. But ultimately, I thought that the portion of the debate I saw, for obvious reasons, as I've stated, I thought Andrew did very well, and Brian didn't really grasp. Now, Brian's defense is, but I wasn't prepared to debate ethics because that wasn't the topic that I agreed to. Whether that be true or whether Brian just was mistaken, it doesn't matter. Fine, so be it. So we'll see what happens when they get to the political discussion. Intel Wild, $5 says, I got you. Your chat now identifies as 10. Oh, nice. We'll take it. So, let's see. Now, what'd you think? Avarice, you want to come up? Our good friend Avarice in the background here.
I was in the back the whole time.
What'd you think? I'm glad that they both called in. I'm glad that they agreed to sort of bury the hatchet and have another debate. So
I saw Andrew in the chat, and I'm like, link goes to Andrew.
Yeah. So I mean, I did ask him, and if he would have said no, I don't want Andrew to come up, I'd have been like, hey, Andrew, sorry, man. He agreed to come on and talk to me, not to someone else, so fair enough. But no, I will give him credit. He called in, and he was willing to leave Andrew come up. Good on him for that, So
working things out.
Yes. So it was
your contention with chat right now, because your lack of whip songs, and since we already tanked the viewers 100 just from Andrew leaving, I thought we'd just continue the ball moving because you owe the chat a lot of things. That's whip songs.
I owe the chat. Now wait a minute. So far tonight, I only see 1, 2, two $50 donos. So if you're new to the channel,
we have ones to make up for.
No, wait.
You left people
before we sabotage. Right, before we sabotage the viewership by doing something like that, which we will see about that. Wanted to talk about a couple other things first. First off, all of you that are listening right now, Avarice is working with some stuff with Word War Debate as well. I'm also working on that. Of course, that's Andrew and Sam Tripoli's sort of brainchild that they came up with. So very excited. Hopefully we have new news coming out here soon to be able to talk about. But what I would like for y'all to do, if you don't mind, is two things. One, if you haven't already, go over to Word War Debate on X and follow
Yes.
them. All the updates will be there. So I put the link in the chat there. So please check that out. The other thing is, you should really, really, really consider buying a ticket now, because once we start to announce the people that are debating, what's going to happen is their audiences are going to want to buy up those tickets as well. So particularly for things like the VIP ticket, those are going to run out soon once we start to announce like who the names are that are going to be there. Just by nature of their audience is going to say, hey, you know how the Crucible audience, no, look, nobody travels like the Crucible audience. Like, so, but still, you know how like DebateCon, it's like, as soon as they open up the tickets, it's like, bam, bam, Crucible people buying them. Yeah, well, that's how other fandoms will be, even if not to that extent. So you don't want to find yourself wanting to go and all of a sudden all those VIP tickets being bought out. So consider buying them now. And I assure you, you know this, you know I'm going to be there. You know Andrew's going to be there. You know Avarice is going to be there. Jake Rattlesnake's going to be there, right? And so it's gonna be a great show. So I'm excited. I'm excited for it. So.
It'd be fun. It'd be for me. It'd be fun enough. Like we get super like to the point where the not only is it just getting like all the debate spheres and the political spheres, but we start getting like, you know, which movie sphere actor is better. We got actors up there. Like I'm the better actor.
Well, in all honesty, I thought like, because the whole part of the project was merging the idea of like UFC or boxing with debate. And so like when you see like even fighters that have personal beef, right? Or like, fuck it. You come on. It doesn't have to be a serious debate in like politics, religion. Someone just like their topics like, I think you're a fucking poser. All right. Two celebrities want to do it. That's fine. We would be open to doing that. We would provide a platform where they would be able to at least have someone fairly moderate and allow each of them to have a chance to say their piece. You know, and this sort of shit does happen, right? Where there are people that sort of have, you know, even with streamers, you see people that
Robert Patterson and we'll have Ben Affleck. Who is the better Batman?
Oh, I thought you were. I'm gonna sound quite gay here. I thought you were gonna say Robert Pattinson and Taylor Lautner. We're gonna redo the fucking Twilight, you know, vampire versus werewolf. Bam, right? Like for the ladies, you know.
That'd be my wife. That you're thinking of my wife.
Yeah. I thought that's where you're going. I'm like, or Robert Pattinson versus Willem Dafoe from that Lighthouse movie, right? Like, something
I'm
like
the
that.
DC guy. I would go to Batman.
Yeah, see, my wife. I'm surprised I pulled out that Taylor Lautner name. I actually think Robert Pattinson's a good actor. I actually do. Taylor Lautner, I don't know shit about because I'm not really. But Robert Pattinson, he's been in some. He's had some good roles, man. I haven't seen his Batman yet, though, so that is something I want to watch.
You know, I did see the Mickey 17 was the last movie I saw in theater, so that was Robert Patterson.
He's in one that I liked where his brother's like an autistic guy, and he tries to rob a bank to like sort of provide for his brother, and it's like one night where he tries to rob this bank and everything falls to shit, and so it's just like. It's sort of like a dark comedy where things just get worse and worse, you know. But he did very well. I didn't even recognize him in it because he's got like scruff and then when I realized, I was like, oh shit, that's the guy from Twilight. That was before Batman and shit, though, you know.
I think he actually made the movie because like I don't think I could have made it through because Mark Ruffalo in that one was just bombing it for me playing that stupid Trump impersonation. So that
in what, like, Batman?
No, in Mickey 17.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
Yeah, so I think if it wasn't for Robert Patterson in that one, I would have been very aggressive.
There you go.
You're tired. The authorities.
Yeah, man, I'm on like 3 hours of sleep, and then today's been quite the crazy day for me. Because I did the extravaganza, then we had a bunch of, you know.
My wife says you're talking about Good Time.
Yes, that's the name of the movie. That's it. Yeah, it's Good Time. It's a great movie. Check it out. I enjoyed it, at least.
Of course, my wife gets the water for the Robert Patterson.
Yes, nice. So there's my movie recommendation. Also, I was playing this game called Claire Obscure, and the one character in it looks identical to Robert Pattinson. and it's like it's eerie. Like, and I looked it up. I was like, oh, he's the model for the character, and they're like, no, it's this other actor who kind of looks like him. But I was like, well, that's kind of weird. You feel like you're controlling Robert Pattinson, like killing all these monsters and stuff. So, but yeah, I did. Yeah, that's right. F it button. I got 3 hours, and I am bragging about the suit that I got. I was supposed to have a haircut today. I get it, and I got snowed in. They shut down the road in front of my house.
You have snow?
No, a lot. We got a lot last night.
I love snow.
You know, so we're trying to get to 200% of our goal. Now, I will tell everyone that if you're new to the channel here, there's this song from this old Lord of the Rings cartoon movie, and it's taking like the piss out of the old statement, where there's a will, there's the way. And it's called Where There's a Whip, There's a Way. So I played this, and I was like, oh, everybody donate. Get your donos in. Like this is the video I had for it, right? It'll be like this. Like, you can see I made a little thing. All right. Now, I can't play that song anymore because the copyright folks will get you. And so then we made different songs, different versions on AI. And now my audience in the wee hours of the night like to fuck with me. Now, it's shit, and 90% of you are going to be like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. I get that. But it also pays the bills. So I suffered through it because it pays the bills. So I like to give forewarning. If you want to leave, I totally get it. What we try to do on the show here is at least the first 2.5 to 3 hours, we try to do serious debates, politics, this, that, and the other. But there is a weird, insane portion of my audience that'll be really pissed off if 2 days in a row I didn't play these songs that I owe them. Now, the reason I owe them is any $50 donation means that I have to spin this wheel to play one of these songs. So you could get $50 in, and you can see right now we have 47 versions of the song on the wheel, or you could donate $100 and pick the actual song that you want. So I'll see.
And
probably
we all know that the main pick is going to be Disney.
So to those that are about to for those that are about to flood out of here, we're at 432 views. My prediction is by the time I spin this wheel, I owe 2 spins. By the time I spin this wheel and play the song, I believe that 428 will be down to, I'll say 217. We'll lose roughly half.
Oh, you're gonna go above me just to play it safe. That's what
we're doing the Price is Right rules, bitch. So if anybody wants, to donate $50 for and there you go. Cinematic
I hate
instrumental.
this one.
This is the dolphin one, isn't it? Now this is it. This was a good one to get to drive everyone out too. So here we go. Oh,
watch them go.
Yeah. Wait, what was it called?
The cinematic experimental.
Cinematic. That was the first word. Okay. Holy sh. All right, here we go. Apologies to everyone. All right, here we go.
Oh yeah.
Now I'm sorry that I'm sorry for what's about to happen.
I'm watching people just gonna drop.
Yeah. And this is probably the most annoying one. F it button gets it, yeah.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day.
Nice. That's wonderful. We did it. We made it through. What's the number at? Oh wow, 406. Wow.
Hey, you know
What
which
is
would
that?
be fun is one in the style of like the Fifth Element opera song.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Man, I haven't seen that movie in a while. What is going on?
It's called
Wait,
Diva Dance, by the way.
bicycles? Those are bicycles. So I'm doing a CAPTCHA thing to try to send this email. It is ridiculous. This is the most ridiculous one I've ever done. You know what I mean? Where you got to like click all the fire hydrants, click this, click that.
Line up
man,
the circle.
and then it didn't work. Oh, okay, there we got it. I'm trying to get that guy's email and send him Brian's email and send him to get this worked out. Right? That's the plan. All right, I owe one more of those unless someone else donates.
And you have to click. You have to click.
We only lost 20 viewers. It's pretty good. Now listen, we're trying to get to 200%. I'm not going to stay up super late tonight, right? So we'll do one more, and then if people don't get more donos in, we'll edit. Not that. Now listen, I know that sounds greedy, and it is, but I am on like 3 hours of sleep, and I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. Please
So
don't be
much
that
coke.
same version. Don't
So
do the same
much
one.
coke.
Oh man, what is this one?
Up
Another
to-
shit sounded. What is that?
It's 50 schmeckles. You might not be able to afford it. Emmett.
Schmeckles. All right, here we go. Good luck. I don't remember this one.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
It's embarrassing.
There's a way.
This is more Christmassy than anything else.
We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay.
We're gonna march all
No!
day, all day.
Horrible.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Oh, now we're moving. Now we're going.
Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Where there's a
Left, left, right, left, right, left.
where there's a A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Oh man, that was fantastic. Bob just keeps
Okay.
typing. Just keep typing. Mr. E, how do you feel about that?
It's Jake that hates it.
If you, Mr. E, if you keep typing right now, I will come over there and throat punch you with me Aussie fists of fury. For I am Jake, the rattlesnake. hey, stop typing. Stop
You got
typing, Bob.
entertain
Hey, stop
people.
typing.
Well,
Hey, I'm Jake. That's rambunctious behavior. Uh-oh.
what's up?
You're not gonna like it.
Well, Jake, I can't look. I will check here in a minute.
It's on the screen.
Okay. Just what?
Just you're gonna have to make a new one. A big $100 dono coming in for horse vocals. That's right, horse vocals. Your lack of super chats are killing me. We need to
All
spin
right,
that
sorry.
wheel.
All right, here we go. Oh shit. Did I miss it? No.
Yeah, $100 dono. You missed it.
Let's see. Zombie Outbreak. Thanks so much. $2 says thanks for everything you do. Thank you so much. Intel Wild, $5 says, I heard it's more like 1 million human lives being murdered a year on abortions. Probably is. And then Shoreline Skirt.
Thought it was
for
he thought it was
horse vocals. Okay. Thank you. What a legend, though, man. I thank you so much. I believe that takes us. Does that get us to our goal of over 200%? No, but still very good. Where were we?
He's just trying to avoid getting us to horse vocals.
Yeah. Ugh. Okay.
Well, I don't even know what a horse vocal is. This is exciting.
It's not a horse. It tried.
Oh, we actually have this one.
Yes, we
Oh,
here, you're not seeing. Here we go.
Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, whip, there's a way. Where there's a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, whip, there's a way. Left, right.
Nice. All right. Almost finished with my email too. Killing it. Multitasking. Multitask. Should get with Andrew on how to make music. Listen, I agree that the music that sucks, but that was the point of it. So we took people $100 to put in the style that they wanted to hear those lyrics in. That was sort of the
You
point.
know what?
Of
I
it, but
figured it out. The reason why the donos haven't started coming in yet is just we haven't let them know that it is the part of the show, right? We've yet to do
that's fair.
tradition.
This is the Rob Noor Show.
That's fair.
It's not the Noor Rob Show. This is my favorite show.
This is how we get night. This is how we signal night crew.
My show. If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not your show. It's the Rob Noor Show.
Yeah, fantastic. What? No, there's more.
This is the Rob Noor Show. It's not the Noor Rob Show. This is my favorite show. Because it is my show. If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not your show. It's the Rob Noor Show.
And see, that's what it was. We just needed to pump everybody up.
What is this? Oh,
Okay.
for crying out
This is clustered, Rob. He's all over the place on the screen right now.
loud. My goodness, you wouldn't even believe. What?
There's so
Just-
many things to do. I have Rob Noor.
Well, no, it's we're in the wee hours of the morning, and then I forget. Like, oh shit! I just went in my email to type an email, and there's 3 emails I need to respond to. Like, oh, that's no good. I dropped
Well,
the ball there.
You're gonna be dropping the ball if they keep the whip songs coming.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy to just go to bed. It's 2 a.m. I'm happy. Well, if people want to keep donating, I'll stay up a little while longer. But I think the horse vocals thing put me over the edge. I think that was the moment that I was like, that's a bit much. We're listening to songs that call themselves horse vocals. Oh man. Wait, Bugs. Thanks so much. $50. Says, pay attention to chat. Span. Let. Will. Oh. All right. I'm probably, Brian should have debated me tonight. I'm half asleep. This would have probably been the night.
That would have been the night.
That would have still been fine for
Please
me.
let it be Disney. Disco metal.
It's just metal. Remember, we had this one the other night. It's just, there's no disco part of this. It's just metal. It's good though. Like, I like when my metal song starts off like, you're like, I wonder what genre of song this is. See how long it takes you to realize this is a metal song. All right, you ready? Now.
How you doing?
Today, but the Lord of the Last says nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way. Left, right, left, there's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and night. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way, there's a way, there's a will, there's a way, there's a whip, there's a way.
Oh, dude. I mean, I'll admit, I'm an old man now. I used to go to a lot of concerts, and I'm over it. If I never go to another concert again, I'd be okay. But I do sort of miss going to the metal shows. I mean, they were a lot of fun.
I miss the fire coming out from everywhere.
Oh man, it's great. Like just random shit that happened. There's so many stories of metal show, Ozfest, and fucking Sounds of the Underground, Family Values Tour, all these shit that I was at, and just like, yeah, it's good stuff.
Would be remiss to me. So if we didn't remind the audience that, hopefully this week, that you'd be able to get your soon to buy robnoerr.
Oh, very true, very true.
Yeah.
T-shirts. The apps. Now I will call. Note to self: call that guy tomorrow. Call merch guy
and hats.
Yeah.
All
See
right.
what we could
the
do.
Steel gray goes really fast, audience. So just know that those black and steel grays, they sell like hotcakes.
Look at this. The Great Wave Bugs tormenting us as always, but thank you for the $50. Really appreciate this. I like my whip wheels to come in pairs because a wheel with only one whip's just a unicycle. I mean, that's true. that is true. I saw this. There was this guy we knew. He was like me and a good friend of mine. We went off to college together. So our freshman year, we ran into this other guy from another school that we knew. He was kind of this weird guy. We just kind of a little knew him. And so I run into my friend. It's like my third week in college. And he's like, hey, I just saw so-and-so. You remember that guy from this other school? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I don't know how to explain this. He's like, he was riding a unicycle and he was eating what I could only call the gayest sandwich I've ever seen. And I was like, why was it gay? He's like, it was just all lettuce. It was all leaf. There was just excess leaf. He's just like, the whole thing was just, it was incredibly gay. Just a man on a unicycle eating a very gay looking sandwich. I was like, oh, well, you know. All right, here we go.
There we go.
Oh, nothing. Oh, power metal. Hey, reggae.
Reggae.
I might even have this one still saved. Nope. All right, well, here we go. This one's not bad. Uh-oh, what did I do? Shit. 1 second. I almost I went to slide it up, up to the toolbar there or whatever, and I accidentally hit the X. So I almost closed the fucking stream down. That would have been a nightmare. All right, here we go. Or bedtime. Either way. Here we go. Here we go. And on.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today. The Lord of the Lord says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, left, right, left, right, left, right, there's a way. Where there's a whip, left, right. A crack on the back says we are gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
Bacon.
There's a weep, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a weep, left, right, left, right, left, right, there's a way. Where there's a whip, left, right.
Oh, Amon. Should do another debate with Andrew. One of us argues a Democrat. So here's the deal. We have fun doing that as well. But do you see how people just fucking clip Andrew out of context? They'll do the same with me. So the two problems is we don't want to give these lefties any good arguments. And let's be honest, we could argue the left side of the position better than any of them. So all they'll do is copy what we're saying and then maybe sound better to their audiences. And secondly, we'll get clipped out of context. And so then the next thing you know, when Andrew's debating some red pill guy, like Coach Greg Adams, and he's like, I heard you were debating this fat guy, and you fucking said that, gay marriage is okay and blah, blah, blah. You see the problem? And it'll just go viral. So probably won't happen. Look at this, Chad.
Yeah,
50
Wait for
gifted
that.
memberships. Unbelievable. Oh, thank you so much, Shoreline Skirt. Can we have some David Allan Coe reggae? I don't know about that. I love me some David Allan Coe, though.
I don't know. Someone's cooking something in my house right now. I smell it, and it smells really fucking good. I don't even know what it is, but it smells good.
I was up here earlier doing some shit, and I could smell like the extravaganza. Like my wife's cooking steak as I'm doing the extravaganza, and I'm like, I don't know, man. Fuck you, Mystery and Jake. I'm out. I'm going to eat some steak. You guys are great and all, but I'm out. I'm out. Look at that. Jeff still didn't get a membership. Damn. Good night, Aura. Avarice, would you want to debate Jesse Blaze Snyder on whether or not The Man of Steel is a good Superman film? He'd be taking the no position. Which one's Man of Steel? Who was the actor? Is that the new one? No. Man of Steel was that.
No. That's like 3, I think ago.
Was it with Henry Cavill?
It's definitely the Henry Cavill one, but I'm trying to think of if it's if I want to take that position. The question is, which one is he going to take? A different one, or is it just no? It's bad for the franchise, or just a good film? Like
I think he probably. I'm just guessing, but he would say it's a bad representation of Superman. It doesn't do the character from the comics justice. Would be my guess. Is what he would say. I guess he would probably heavily focus on Kevin Costner getting swept up in a tornado and then Superman killing Zod. Those seem to both be things that are uncharacteristic of Superman. But I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't know. It's the first one with Henry Cavill, with him killing Zod. Yes. See?
Yeah.
I thought that guy, what's the name of the actor that played Zod? He did phenomenal. I like that guy. And I thought he played a pretty good Zod. Now, he had big shoes to fill because, the Zod crew from fucking the Christopher Reeves Superman, like the second one, they're great, man. Particularly that big dude that doesn't really say anything. He's the best, Chop, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
I'm willing to debate it, but just so we're clear, I'm going to debate it on being a film. And they might not like that. Because just on the prompt, I'm thinking of the prompt here, right? So let's look at the prompt, and it says, "Is whether or not Man of Steel is a good Superman film?"
Right. So not a good movie, a good Superman movie.
Yeah.
Which leads me to believe that they're going to say, you know what I mean? They're going to say, "Oh no, it's not a good representation of Superman."
Yeah, then I would just talk about it being a film, being able to, as a film, being able to hit an audience. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be willing to take it as a film. Yeah, I could take that. I'll take it.
Were the Sith Lords wrong or the Jedi? The Sith Lords. It's trendy to be like, "Oh, the Jedi right now." Now, I guess with some caveats, if we're just talking about like the original films. I don't know, fuck all. I didn't watch the new 3, and I certainly didn't watch like the bullshit like straight to TV, whatever Disney Plus stuff. So that I don't know. But from the original 6, the Sith were wrong. Not to say the Jedi were perfect, but the Sith are wrong. It's so trendy now. Where's my wheel spin? All right, for yes, technically it was $100 dono. So I thought you were going to name a song. I was waiting for you to name the song, Shoreline Skirt. But we'll spin the wheel. He gave 50 memberships. That's actually $100.
Got you.
But all right.
Well, you hit Disney.
No. We're spinning wheels. Oh no! It's the Space Lobster. That's everyone's favorite. Wow! Finally, it happened. It happened.
Yeah, just again, get with Rob, and Rob is the person that will set up stuff.
Yeah. Here we go. Peruvian Space Lobster. People are going to be very happy. They've been pushing for this one for a long time. Here we go. So weird. Was that you or the sign?
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day.
Fucking Bud says yes! Yes, Lord, thank you.
Where there's a whip, where there's a will, where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a will. Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Left, right, A crack on the back says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
We did it. Fucking
We
Button's so
made it.
happy. He's been trying to hear that song forever. We did it. We made it through the Peruvian space lobster song.
All my $5 donos have added up.
They've done it. They did it. We
They
finally
made
did it. It's funny shit. Oh man. Whew. What a our boy Brian's arguing with people on X. You love to see it. It's fun though. I like that. I like. Say what you will about Brian Shapiro. He's chopping it up, right? Going in, he arguing with people. It's nice. Look at this. We keep going. Sith Lords were freeing children when the Jedi were enslaving them, and yeah, I don't give a shit about all that. Jedi good.
I'm actually I'm a big fan of child slavery, I'll be honest. I play this game called Frostpunk just because it has child slavery.
Now listen,
No.
for example, I know one of the things that people say this about is like, well, what about the Witches' Coven and the Acolyte show? The Witches' Coven. Oh, the Jedi were coming to enslave their children. Yeah, from a bunch of fucking lesbian witches. Great. You call that enslavement. I call that freedom. Yeah, oh, woe is them. They take these children to give them, powers and 3 square meals a day and shit like that. Sure. In a pure calculus of like, well, this is a bad thing. Maybe, but difficult times call for difficult measures. We're talking about space fucking wizards with the capability to destroy entire moons and civilizations. Yeah, for the greater good, the one force that's capable of standing up to them takes children so they can buttress their forces. Fuck the Sith. The Sith suck, Oh, Andrew's a Sith guy? Yeah, I'll give him the business. Who would have thought? Andrew's on the side of the space lesbians. Ah! Yeah. They made the children call them master. So what?
That was my first induction into the Foundry was I went at it with Andrew about Skyrim. I lost, and then Corinth came in and swept up.
Well, let me guess. It was like the Empire, or is that what it was?
There's no magic. So magic users versus magic is heresy.
I don't use magic when I play, basically. I guess I do just to round out the character, but it's the last thing I do. I get all the stats to 100 and then never fuck with it again.
I'm the guy that I take my wife's hairband and I put it around my controller in the beginning of the cell, and I just hold and sneak and running forward. I'll be back after, dinner and a nap.
Did they fix the Oblivion leveling system when they remastered it? Because it was so weird when I played it when I was younger.
I mean, they did some stuff too. I mean, it felt fine when I played it. I mean, I still was able to do the sit in the corner and level my sneak. So,
well, like if I remember back in the day playing Oblivion, it was like this. So let's say I want to build like a barbarian that uses a 2-handed axe and wears light armor, and he's like really athletic, and so it's like pick the 5 stats that you want to specialize in. Okay, you pick all those, right? But actually the key is you're going to make your character weaker by picking just the stats that you're actually going to use. Because what happens is, okay, It used to be
Maybe
a
not.
fucking mess because then you intentionally picked stats you weren't going to use, or else you leveled up too fast. Then your enemies leveled up with you, so you didn't want to do that. You wanted to pick like half stats that you wouldn't. I don't know.
Yeah, I know they fixed all that.
Well, there you go. All I
ain't
know
a
is that
real
some
nerd if that's true. Disappointment. I don't know. I ain't a real nerd if I don't know which one's true. I do trains and space robots. All right, trains and space robots.
There you go. Oh. Don't Google Space Libby. I don't intend to. I was thinking on the extravaganza, we were talking about the term 6-7, and I remember an episode we did there like last month. There was like a phrase that I was like, what the fuck? I've never heard that used like that. And I was like, I couldn't remember what it was. I remember we said it over and over again, like 30 times, and I couldn't remember what the word was. And so I asked Courtney after the extravaganza today, she's like, I remember what the word was. It was the old "see you next Tuesday." But there was a video where someone was using that word to be like, that's cool, except they used it like that. And so me and Jake took that as a cue, like, oh yeah, we're on Rumble, baby. We'll just throw that word around fucking 50 times, you know?
See, this person gets it right here. Dyson Sphere. This guy plays a lot of Stellaris, we can tell.
Yeah, I haven't played that one. I got Mountain Blade 2. Have you ever played the Mountain Blade games?
Bannerlord?
Yeah.
Bannerlord. Yeah, everyone. I found a neat little glitch I ran into where I would get my I guess my prisoners back after I sold them, and I could just keep reselling.
Oh!
I was like, oh look, I'll just keep doing this over and over again.
Yeah, nice.
I became a multi-billionaire really fast, and I was
with
like,
the
look
slave
at
trade, with the prisoner slave trade. Yeah.
The exchange.
Yeah, that's all right. You know,
I was like, if the glitch worked.
See, I didn't know about that glitch. I don't plan on exploiting.
I did it on accident. I just like this. Is this actually working? I was like, is this actually? Holy shit! Free money.
Not me, buddy. I'm not glitching it up. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, I haven't played that. I did. I played it and I thought that like I couldn't figure out like the attacking system that good, but it is similar to.
This is actually a perfect segue. I wanted to talk about this because I was really excited on Black Friday, right? Because how you stay rich is you still stick to the sales, right? It's like, I don't really buy games until they go on sale. This is like something like to know about me. Like I won't buy it unless it goes on sale. But there's this game that's been on my wish list forever. So I'm like, so I'll go Black Friday. It's going to be on sale. It's got to be on sale, right? Because the game's like $100 game, and so the only way to get it is like a fucking $100, right?
What game is it?
Look at it. It's gonna be, you're gonna say this is so weird, but I promise you, go look at it. There's not a negative review. It's crazy. That's why I want to see what the fuck it is. It's called Digimon Storytime Stranger. I have no idea what the fuck it is. I have no idea what the game's about. My wife even looks at me funny about this too, because I've never played a Digimon game in my life. But here's the thing. It has 423 ratings, almost all 5-star. And the only thing I know about it are 5 fucking pictures.
Yeah, that they have it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm really stubborn. Like I won't go and watch somebody play a game. It like spoils it. I will never play a game if I watch somebody play it. So I won't go watch like a trailer or something about the game. I always just read reviews. As people say, it doesn't say good, and this is what they do. There's 500 reviews. That's not bot number when it comes to Xbox review store.
Sure,
right? That's like people really wrote shit, and they're all fucking good. They're all fucking good. Why are they so good? I need to know, right? My like autism is in play, but so I go and I'm like Black Friday sale, right? And so I go because this game's over $100 with over 500 reviews. A game for over $100.
Why is it so expensive? Is it?
I don't know. This is the crazy part, right? So I go in. It says it's on sale. I'm like, yes, it's on sale, 10% off. It's still over $100, and I'm like, I'm not buying it.
That's crazy.
I'm still not buying this. Yeah. I'm not gonna buy $100 game. But why? it just boggles. I'm so fucking boggled by this game. It's like I'm Sherlock Holmes to this game right now. I have no idea why. Rob.
I don't know much about Digimon.
Me
Like,
neither. I know nothing.
It's like
I know nothing.
They're kind of like Pokemon. I don't know. What do I know?
I know that there's one that I remember when I was a kid that there was one that if you didn't take care of it well enough, it became actually powerful or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, you let like shit all over the place and then it became powerful.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the only thing I remember.
Well, gentlemen, I think it might be that time of night. I'm starting to it's now 2 nights in a row. Last night we were up till 4, so I think I'm gonna sleep well tonight. It's been a pleasure. It's been a great night. The Tamagotchi. Nah, you had to clean up the shit for the Tamagotchis, right? I don't know. I never had
I didn't have any of those things.
No. That was during my childhood though. They were big. At least the ones they were called
Pogs. I played Pogs.
Me too. I had Pogs.
Yeah, I had Pogs. I had I collected Slammers.
All right. Well, it was a good show tonight. I enjoyed it. I hope you all did too. We will be back. Hypothetically, I will be back at noon tomorrow. Now, having said that, theoretically, I'm supposed to have a doctor appointment, but there's a bit of a problem. My insurance has changed. And so I think I'm going to have to reschedule that appointment because I don't think that my old this is so weird, right? So my insurance changed and you're like, oh my God, you're going to lose your doctor. Well, no, my doctor moved out of state. So it's the same facility. And they're like, you still coming tomorrow? And I'm like, well, I don't know. Do you take this insurance? And they're like, we don't know. So I don't know if I have a doctor appointment tomorrow. I'm 90% sure I won't, that they're going to reschedule it. And plus the weather's bad enough. I don't even know if I would make the drive down there. So, but anyways, theoretically be back at noon tomorrow for the call-in show. Now next week, starting next week, the call-in show, the daytime call-in show is only going to be Tuesdays and Thursdays so that I can start exercising and not being a fat piece of shit and all that good stuff. I'll still be a fat piece of shit. It's all right. I'm the type of guy. Listen, I'll always be fat at heart. You can see me. Marte could get me like fucking bodybuilding, and I'll still be a fat guy at heart. So don't worry. I'll be the same guy. And then tomorrow evening we'll do the 10 o'clock show as well. So should be good. Avarice, you got anything planned? What are you up to?
I have just to get the work done I have to do for work, and then we have the morning show and your show, and then more of your show, and then more of your show.
Yeah, it's a lot of show.
It's a lot of show. And then this baby pop. Whenever the baby pops.
Oh yeah, man. That'll any day. We're gonna have Avarice is gonna be a dad. I can't wait.
I honestly can't wait. I really can't.
All right. Well, Avarice, thank you so much. Thank you to all my mods. Thank you to my editor, Black Elk, who's amazing. Thank you so much to everyone who donated, everyone who chatted, everyone who liked. If you haven't liked yet, please like the stream. Oh, I suppose I should find someone to raid. Let's do that. That's probably important. Let's see.
Speakeasy
we will raid.
Up, I think.
Speakeasy? All right.
Hold on.
Speakeasy could do.
Let me verify. Yeah, Speakeasy or Teriak. They're both up. But Speakeasy.
We raided Teriak yesterday, so we'll raid Speakeasy. Right. Check out Speakeasy Show. He's a great dude. So give him a sub, give him a like. Great dude. Thank you to everyone who donated, especially, and special shout out to Brian Shapiro and Andrew Wilson for coming on and helping improve the show. And also thanks to Jake Rattlesnake for letting me use his video that we reviewed the debate on. So can't wait to see you all tomorrow. Please, please, please. It's not just cliche. Just take a moment out of your life today. And please remember Charlie Kirk. Remember that this was a great Christian man and a family man who was taken away from us. And so many lefties cheered about it and then insulted his wife. Never forget what the stakes are in this country and why it's so important that we continue to fight back politically. God bless Charlie Kirk and God bless his family. And God bless all of you as well. Thanks so much, everyone. We'll see you all tomorrow around noon. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.